Hey everyone, how are y'all? Pressure drop, how are you? Hey K-Braz, how are you? Legendary, how are you? Hey Mr. Rosebud, how are you? All right, can everyone hear me okay? Because I had to cut my volume down on my mic earlier today. Hey Lady V, how are you? Michelle, how are you tonight? Just on, how are you? Okay, thank you, Legendary. K-Braz, Mr. Rosebud, and Michelle, thank you. I just want to make sure everybody could hear me okay. Sandra, how are you? And I missed all of you as well. Sally Mae, how are you? Exit Screaming, how are you? Hub Giant, how are you tonight? Exit Screaming, according to someone who has knowledge of the grand jury, this is what they told Mr. Gonzalez. Hold on just a second, y'all. Sheila, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I've just had a headache for like the past few days. I guess because I slept for 2 weeks basically straight and then went to not sleeping at all. And I think that's what's causing the headaches. Mr. Rosebud, here it is 10:08 p.m. Hey Riddler, how are you? Pernell, how are you? Okay. Email is now pinned to the top of the chat since Nightbot finally decided to come in and join us. Hey Kenny, how are you? Tina Marie, how are you? All right, y'all don't forget to put your chat on live chat and hit the thumbs up. Riddler, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. And Riddler says it's been a blast, and that it has. It don't seem like it's been 6 months, but like they say, time flies when you're having fun. Summer, how are you? Michelle, thank you for being a member for 9 months. And Michelle says the best channel and family on YouTube. And I have to agree. All of you guys are awesome. All right, let me grab the link and put out. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel. I do, if possible, we can possibly uh, stay on topic tonight. I know sometimes that's kind of hard to do, but if we can possibly try to stay on topic tonight, that would be awesome. Cindy Abbott, how are you? Libra Moon, how are you? Just Ann, thank you for being a member for 9 months. And Just Ann says lots of love. Well, Just Ann, we are all sending lots and lots and lots of love back to you. Hey, Margaret, how are you? All right, so let me grab the link, put it out here for y'all. Cindy, we are happy that you are joining us. And I do apologize that I haven't been on here the last 3 nights, but like I said, I've had a headache, and I think it just has to do with the sleep schedule getting messed up from being off for the 2 weeks. And if I can get rid of the headache, I'll be, I think, back to 90%. KK, I have no idea. I don't know what it means to stay on topic. I tried though. And KK, how are you? And KK, I also sent you a private message on Discord, I think like a couple of days ago. There was some stuff that I was wanting to ask you about. If you get a chance to answer that back. Nina, how are you? TT, thank you so much for becoming a member. And you have been a member of the family for a long time now, but thank you so much for becoming a member. Cindy, you are very welcome. Okay. Pressure drop. I do this every night. I always say hi to everyone who comes in my chat. And when I get ready to get on the road with it, I will. Okay, thank you. Well, just KK, you ain't got to do it right now. Just whenever you get time. TT, we love you as well, honey. Thank you, Pub Giant. I have did that since I have started this channel, and I'm not going to change it now just because somebody thinks they're going to come in and try to tell me what to do on my channel. Sunset gazing, I hope your headache goes away soon. Mine always lasts 3 days. It's the migraines. It's always 3 days, and then it usually goes away. Thank you, Fofa. Hippie Chick, how are you? Lady V, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Like I said, if I can get rid of the headache, I'll be back to like 90%.
Oh man, I was outside yesterday and it was freezing and the wind was blowing, and I ended up with a little bit of a cold, and my bones are screaming.
Oh, well.
But
I'm sleeping. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
hey, Debbie.
Good.
Hi, Lady V. Long time no talk. 10
Yeah,
seconds.
how are you, hon? Yeah. Yep. Where is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's cold here tonight. It's like 44 degrees tonight here.
Yeah, it's 52 here.
I've got like sweatpants on. I've got a hoodie with another shirt on, a beanie, and I got my electric blanket waiting if I need it. Riddler, how are you?
Doing fine. Hi, Lady V. Crime sleuthing.
Hello.
Glad to see you're not burning up anymore.
Y'all, I am welcoming the 40-degree weather.
It doesn't take us long, does it?
I'm not complaining about it at all.
I was complaining about yesterday for sure. I was like, yeah, I was freezing my butt off.
I'm not going to complain about it. After we had 100 something degree weather during the summer, I'm ready for the cool weather.
Well, usually I don't mind it because I can bundle up, but I didn't even take a coat, so it was bad.
Yeah, it actually feels nice outside right now.
Normally I like it.
Yeah, usually I'm not too much on cold weather. I hate cold weather, but I'm all for it. As long as it don't snow, I'm good. Send the snow to KK down south. Skip over where I'm at.
72 here right now.
That's nice weather there too, though.
It was
Anything is
so nice today. Hey, Riddler.
Hi, Debbie.
so.
Always,
Go ahead, Riddler.
I just say it's always good to see you and hear from you.
Oh, and Debbie, I did see your message on Twitter that you sent me. I just haven't had a chance to open it and write you back.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing for this panel, that's for sure. If you read it at all.
Yeah, I didn't
No,
open it. I just read like like when you can go to it and you can see somebody wrote you a message and you can kind of see like the first line of it. That's all I was seeing because I haven't opened it yet.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you can.
Okay.
It's no big deal.
Okay. So I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you or anything like that.
No worries. Okay, so whenever I saw your title and I'm like, this is perfect because I happened upon something and I'm not sure really what it is, what it might or might not be. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but hopefully I can show you whenever you get to where I would like, if you would allow, I would have to share my screen and show you like on the map and then the photos, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong because it looks like it's possibly a photo of Dylan at the Linda Lane apartments.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I'm probably wrong, but it's just like, wait, what?
I mean, is there a date on it?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
Hold on, Fofa. Let me grab the link for you. Because, I mean, she lived just like right down from the Linda Lane apartment. So I don't think, if it is her, I haven't seen what you're talking about, but if it is her, I wouldn't think too much about it.
Yeah,
now,
it probably doesn't even really matter. I was just kind of wondering,
If it had a date like November the 13th at, let's say, 4:00 in the morning.
Let me look at it again. I don't think it had a date on it.
Okay.
It's just kind of weird. You see something and you're like, wait, who does she know over there? No, and I think the photo itself was cropped anyway where I saw it. So It's okay. I'm not going to worry about it then.
Hey,
it's
Brad,
one of those things that you see and you're like,
You want to pull it up real quick? We can look at it?
Oh, okay.
We'll check it out. Because everything basically that I'm going to be talking about tonight is in the new Airmail book that Howard Bloom came out with today. I'm not going to read it all just because, like I said, he puts books out. But there are certain areas in the article where Mr. Gonzalez has came out with information. For a novel. So, okay, wait, let me add to stage. Here we go. And so there's certain things that apparently Mr. Gonzalez has been told by a person who has firsthand knowledge of the grand jury. And it's a lot of interesting information.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I was watching hang on, let me make sure. I want to crop this. I get two screens, so whenever I do a screenshot, it gets my other screen too.
Hey, Jan, how are you?
Desktop. Okay, it's on desktop. Okay, so I was over here watching this channel earlier, and Well, can you see it?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do this. That way it'll make it a little bit bigger for the chat.
Maybe I should pull up the other one instead of the. I'll do it this way. Okay. Really? My computer's not wanting to work right for
Okay.
me.
Now I see a picture with Murphy and Bethany. Is that what we're looking at?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Never mind. It's not even. It's not even Dylan. Okay. Well, it's one of the girls.
Hey, Gigi. Andrew,
So-
how are you?
They were saying that this was a picture on the balcony that's on the back of the house.
It is. If
So
you
you can see the tower from there because this is a
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the tower is right there close. I believe straight across the road from this Sigma Chi house, or maybe right down the road from the Sigma Chi house. But if you look, and I don't know if y'all can see my mouse moving right here, but if you look down here, that's the blue house that's next door to the girl's house.
Here, I'm going to stop that. Oh, okay. All right. Well, then never mind. I didn't want to waste your time.
No, you're good.
I was like, how could you see the tower from the back of the house? But I see what you mean. All right, guys. Thank you for clearing that up. It was kind of bothering me. And I was like, I don't want to make a video or anything until I had somebody else actually take a look and,
Yeah, that
confirm.
I can't remember if it's the house that's down there below them. Don't it have a deck that goes like down the side of it? Isn't there a house that has one that goes down the side? I'm gonna have to pull up the maps now, y'all. I can't remember. I know it's not the first house where the camera was. I want to say the second house. If it's in a, we're about to find it. Give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. Y'all can see better than I can. My eyes are killing. I mean, my head is killing me, so I don't want to have to like strain my eyes. But the balcony. So this is the girl's house. Can y'all see that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the girl's house right here. And then there's the balcony.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And it looks like this right here is what looked like was in the background of your picture of a deck or something right there on this.
Right.
So it would be the middle house. Oh, shit.
Okay, perfect. Now I see.
And then I think from even right here, you can see, because we can't go up. See, there's the tower right there. So it's
wow.
like
You're good.
literally just right across from the Sigma Chi house. Hey, Kaylee,
Wow.
how are you? And with the girl's house sitting up on that hill, you've got like a straight shot down to Sigma Chi and to, hey Dan, how are you? And to the water tower and all that. Oh shit, never mind. I was going to show the house next door, but I hate how it changes. But
Decades almost.
Yes, but I think it's this house right here that you can see that deck on that, in between these two houses right here. There's a deck or something that walks through there, and I think that's what you can see in the background.
Okay, cool.
So, yep, that was at the house.
I believe you. Because I was like, I got to be wrong. That's got to be the balcony.
Yeah, it is. Redford, how are you? And Sally Mae, who is trolling. I haven't been watching the chat while I was doing that. But yeah, that's what it was, though. It was at the girl's house. There's a lot of pictures, though, that are taken from that balcony. And it doesn't look like that it's taken from the balcony. until you go and you're able to see like those blue houses. And it's like, okay, the blue houses are in the background. You know, that's where it's at. Sweet Melissa, how are you? Bethany's pick is okay. Pressure drop. The pick that Crime Sleuth just showed of Bethany was not at Glendale Lane. All right, so have y'all read the new airmail thing that came out?
Yeah, I saw it on Drunk Turkey.
Very interesting.
Extremely.
The first part of it, you know, basically talking about Kaylee and, you know, her being interested in true crime and following Olivia from Chronicles of Olivia. And then there was a name that was mentioned that I'm not going to say in it. And his credibility kind of dropped a little bit for me. But then as I kept reading and they get into stuff that Mr. Gonzalez is saying and the stuff that he's been told, and it's very interesting. Hold on, Wilby, and let me grab it for you. Like I said, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I am going to pull it up and read some of it. Okay, so let me get it. Well, shit, y'all, I've done lost my spot on it now. So, Crime Sleuth, have you and Lady V read it?
I don't think I have. No.
It came out, I believe, today. It came out yesterday. I didn't see it yesterday, but I did see it today.
It did come out today.
Okay, so it
I
was
just
today.
I just read it and wrote a bunch of notes.
I haven't got through the whole thing. I've gotten through most of it, and then I had to go live. So
Yeah,
I'll
I read
have
through
to.
the whole thing pretty much.
But when I got to what Mr. Gonzalez was putting out about the grand jury, I had to read over to make sure that I was reading what I thought I was reading.
It's kind of hard to believe he would, you know, he wouldn't lie about it, I wouldn't think, but he did make some pretty
yeah, I don't think he would lie about this.
strong accusations. I mean, not accusations, that's not the right word, but
Statements.
yeah, exactly.
Cole, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Palm, how are you? And y'all, if I haven't said hi to you, I do apologize.
Hello to everybody as well.
Hello, everybody.
Debbie, Lady V, Riddler, Scarlet.
Hi, Wilby.
Hello.
Hey, Wilby.
Hey,
How are you
Riddler,
doing
how are
today,
you?
Wilby?
Doing great.
Hey,
Been watching
Wilby.
college football all day long.
Any good games today?
A whole bunch of them.
Wake got beat by Clemson 17-12, so. But they covered the
Don F,
spread.
how are you? Okay, I had to send a message back to y'all. I'm back. Okay, so let me make this bigger so everybody in chat can see it as well. Can everybody see that okay in chat?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Bofa, I gave you a link earlier. I thought you were coming up. Pressure drop, I honestly don't think Mr. Gonzalez would lie about it. You're asking why wouldn't he lie about it? Because he's wanting justice for his daughter and for her friends, for Maddie, Zanna, and Ethan. I don't think he would get out and lie and take a chance on hurting the case. Annette, how are you? All right. So apparently, Mr. Gonzalez has someone who has firsthand knowledge of the grand jury and we all know about the indictment and everything. Don F., this is an airmail article by Howard Bloom that came out today. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because he always puts out super long articles, but there are a few different things that I'm going to go through. Hey, HT, how are you? So on this part here, it just says even more troubling, if true, was what Steve had learned from people who had spoken to members of the grand jury who had been presented with the prosecution's case, and it centered on the alleged behavior of the two roommates who had miraculously survived the night unscathed. However, he wondered, could they have slept blissfully unaware through the savage pre-dawn stabbing murders of the four people in a narrow house with paper-thin walls? And I think we all have an idea of, in our own opinions, of what at least Dylan heard that night. Please read all 14. But Fofa. That is a lot, girl. That's a lot to read. Hey, Will, how are you? All right, so it says later a police affidavit revealed that one of the survivors, Dylan Mortensen, had in fact heard noises and had left her room only to spot a darkly clad intruder making his way through the residence before she retreated to her room and did not summon help for another 8 hours for reasons that have never been revealed. Yet Steve has been told that the two survivors allegedly had not only been awake while the murders had taken place, but they had heard everything. Hey, Vapor, how are you? More astonishingly, his grand jury sources allege that the two girls had been texting one another as the murderer methodically went from room to room, from one room to the next, which we kind of figured that out just based off the PCA when they were saying, based off of the data downloads and this and that from Dylan and Bethany's phones, that they believe that the murders happened. Was it between 4 and 4:25? I think was the two times. Vapor, I'm doing good. Thank you. Melissa Jane, how are you? So we kind of, I think, figured that part out. But according to the source, like I said, with this knowledge of this indictment, they are putting the proof out there that they were texting each other and heard everything because they were awake. Now I gotta find my other spot here. All right. So Riddler, what is your take on this? We always love to hear your opinion on stuff like this.
Well, if it's true, it's more damning for BK
Okay.
than. But I just want to tell you before I even get started on that, how much I appreciate your channel. I was on one the other night, and oh my goodness, they're so far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these other channels, but I want to tell you that you and your panel and even the folks in the private chat and of course the mods, they bring up interesting things that stimulate our mind, and we keep going digging further, and we look in the PCA. I mean, on this one channel they were swearing up and down that the DNA was found at a Texas lab. They said it's in the PCA, and I go, what? I said, we got to go look. I said, show me where it's at in the.
And it was never in there.
No, it's not. And I told him, I said, that came from Howard Blum or Bloom, however you want to say his name.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, no. And then they swear up and down that the police said it happened from 3 to 4. Well, I remember what Fofa told me. And I said, show me a video or any receipts that shows the police that came from the mayor. I said, if you can show me, I appreciate it. I says, everybody's been looking hours and hours for it. But get back to this. It's going to be one of the most bizarre cases because here we got two what they're calling witnesses And if that jury leans on all juries are different.
Mhm.
If that jury leans on witness testimony, well, it couldn't have been too bad. You waited 8 hours. You could text with each other, but you couldn't call the police or rescue.
That makes no sense.
You could call friends, but even after you come out of your shock, and were both of you in shock?
But I
And
mean, can you be texting somebody when you're in shock?
I
It's
couldn't
hard
be
to explain
text.
away.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why it took 7 hours and 58 minutes, if you want to get right down to it, for them to finally get someone over there to call the 911. I mean, are they that dumb?
Riddler, I mean, and is it not possible when they heard the first noise, the thump, blah, 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 that had they called 911 at that very moment, could one of these people have been saved?
Well, I think I think they could have been stabbed in the waiting room at the hospital, and they couldn't have saved them. I don't know how many wounds they took and where the wounds were. But that knife, if it is a K-bar knife or something even similar, I'm telling you, if he hits 2 organs, it's over. That knife doesn't play around. That knife has penetrated bodies and gone through and hit beds and hit the floor of people who have been stabbed by it.
Especially if it has that serrated
Well, if it's
part
serrated,
right
it's all
next to the neck.
yeah, right next the hilt of the sword there,
I mean,
the guard. But it just I just can't picture why you wait that long, and that's going to be a problem. And I don't know if Bethany ever even came out of her room. We haven't heard the testimony. For some reason, the state is scared of Bethany's testimony. They didn't have it in the PCA, and they
Yeah, she
hushed
was
it.
mentioned, what, 3-4 times in the PCA, and that was pretty much it?
Yeah, and they don't have her testimony like, I saw a man also in black, or I saw a guy with a ski mask that was dark. You know, something close to what the other witness would have said.
Right.
Now, I believe in my heart that BK, he's got some kind of involvement in this,
Mm-hmm.
and he may be the guy that did it. Now, how do you prove it? That's
Right.
going to be the puzzle for the prosecutor to convince all jurors that beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened. The PCA is only a probable cause right now. There's not enough in there to I don't even know if there's enough in there to get a burglary charge. That's the 5th charge. But it's
Yeah.
enough it warrants an arrest. It warrants questioning. And a lot of people say, well, if you're innocent, you would come out, and at least your lawyer would, and have a better alibi than what they've given. But I'm thinking, I don't know. Too many things run through my head because the timeline's off. If they had the timeline perfect, I said, okay, I can see how he did it. But
And I can kind of see Bethany, because her being on the first floor, and as far as we know, or we haven't heard that he went to the first floor, and her look out her door, run into him or whatever. So I can kind of understand if she didn't see him. But the not hearing any sounds going on and all that, I especially if, like Mr. Gonzalez made the one statement, like there was a hell of a fight on the 2nd floor, and then we see through that living room window somebody recording the people inside doing whatever it was that they were doing in that living room on the floor. Like there was something there that they were getting swabs and taking pictures and stepping over. You know, so
well, Dylan can hear someone say, I think there's someone in this house.
And she thought it was Kaylee upstairs.
Okay. If it was Kaylee, was she screaming it? Or just saying it kind of, like a command, or kind of softly speaking, I think there might be someone in the house? Or did she scream it? There's someone in this house.
And see, that's what I think is very important, is how.
But yet you still don't call 911? A burglar in your house?
Because
just
was
how
it to
severe
her tone of
scared
voice
me or
was.
was
Yeah,
this,
because if she could have been screaming, "There's someone here," trying to warn the people down on the second floor.
And see, I got this other theory that, okay, the two girls are in the same bedroom. So who's she hearing playing with the dog? Is that BK? He went to the wrong room and, all right, he tells the dog, down, something like that. Get down, boy.
Yeah.
And he shuts the door and he got, oops, wrong room. Then he goes down to the other room and there's two of them in there. And, all right, so according to Mr. Steve there, Maddie would be asleep, but the other girl, Kaylee, his daughter, would be awake. So, I mean, she's got to be screaming.
Yeah, if they're saying that she was basically trapped and she couldn't get out, I just don't see her not screaming. You know what I'm saying?
And I hope all this comes out in the court. I mean, because I know she's going to be hit by that with Ann. Ann's going to, and I'm going to tell you, if the girls don't show up, I'll tell you what a jury's going to do. Your witnesses didn't show up.
oh, they'll have to show up, surely.
Yeah, they better show up.
They'll have a subpoena, so if they don't
Yeah.
show up, then there'll be a bench warrant for them.
Right.
They're going to tear. They're going to tear that girl in shreds. And I'm sorry, but that's just.
Well, that's just the way it
defense attorney's
works
gonna
in
do.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry you got put in this position, but that's what happens.
All
Hey,
she's got
y'all,
to do
if
is get up.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Lady B. No, go ahead.
All she's got to do is get up and tell the truth. I mean, if she
Right.
heard her screaming, she heard her screaming.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
If
And then
she
the-
didn't, well, then why not? Did
Yeah,
she
I
not
mean,
scream or what?
because-
Prove something.
If these, and I'm not saying what I'm about to say, I'm not saying that Dylan or Bethany, neither one didn't care about their victims or anything else. But if they were her true friends and she loved them to the point where they went and got matching tattoos, then she's going to get up on that stand. She's going to tell everything that she heard that night, no matter how terrifying and frightening it may be to be sitting in front of Bryan Kohberger. She needs to get up and tell the truth, everything she heard, exactly what she's seen, and get justice for those 4 victims, those families, her, and Bethany.
Amen.
Right.
And if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please go do so. Hey, Emily, how are you? So,
Well,
I mean, I just, y'all, there's got to be.
I'm in no way saying anything bad about her. I'm just saying
Yeah, she needs to.
she needs to get up and testify as to what she heard and what she saw, one way or the other.
And what I don't understand is, okay, you got the delivery at 4:00, the Jack in the Box delivery, and I'm assuming that Zanna went down there and retrieved it. I'm going to assume that Zanna put that order in the kitchen at 4. I don't know. I'll say 4:03, 4:02.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is she going back to her bedroom, and all of a sudden, is she the one that says, I think there's someone in this house? Did the bad guy come in through the back door? Well, he couldn't have been because he's out riding around. So, see, that's what I'm saying. It's 4:06 before he gets in the house, right?
Actually, it's
Yeah.
closer to 4:08.
Well, his car was seen at 4:04 coming into the area the last time before it leaves at 4:20.
Yeah, if you look at the time frame when he goes behind that house in the last loop, and obviously has to park somewhere behind the house in that parking area or whatever.
Well, see, that's the thing there. We don't even know exactly where this person parked at.
Well, we do know he went behind that.
Yeah, he went through the back door.
Went behind behind those apartments and come in from the back side in the last thing. So
Yeah,
if you
and
look at
I
the
mean,
time, it's right at 4:08.
Okay,
It makes
so
sense
where do
that
they
he would
think
have
he
parked.
parked? Where do they think he parked?
Behind the house in the
that's what I'm thinking. It
either in
makes
that parking
sense that
area
that's
or
where he parked
parallel
at.
to the.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
They never have came out and officially said, law enforcement hasn't, that he parked, in that little parking area there behind the house.
Yeah,
It just makes sense that that's where he parked at, because
Not
he
to
went through
toot
the back
Gray
door.
Hughes' channel by no means, but he does a real good job of the time and the loops.
Okay, so if he's parked there, whether he's running, jogging, or a brisk walk, how long does it take to get from there to inside the house?
30 seconds.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
guessing,
like
really.
that.
You tell me, and I'm just.
From that little parking area, it's literally you just step out your car,
30,
you
40
step
seconds,
down the
maybe?
hill, and you're like in right at the back of the house. I mean, he could have very easily parked right there, but at where the
Right there by the
the
fence?
balcony. Well, there's not a fence. There's not a fence back there.
Coming up the little road beside the house, there's not a little.
No, there's no fence.
If you come in the front door,
There's no fence. The fence is on the other side of the house between the girl's house and the 3 blue houses. But there's not a fence on the other side of the road. On the other road, on the opposite side of the girl's house, where the Queen Road Apartments is at. There's no fence over there.
that's not what I'm talking about. But anyway, it's not that.
If he parked in the back parking area, he wouldn't have had to go across the fence.
All right, you remember
What I'm
the
saying.
area that was taped off
Yeah.
Yes.
the second day or third day? They didn't tape it the first day.
Yep.
And then a couple of days later, they went and marked off a parking lot. Is that where you thinking he might have parked?
In that area, yeah.
In that vicinity.
Because like I was saying, he could have very easily pulled up to the spot where so on the side of the house where the Queen Road Apartments are at, there there's the balcony up there that you walk out Kaylee's bedroom door and you're on the balcony. Well, at the end of the balcony, it's right there next to that little road. It would have been very easy for him to park up there, right next to that, just pulled up to the edge there, stepped out of his car, went down the little hill that's right there, and been right underneath the balcony, and nobody would have seen him. And went straight to the
That's
back
where
door.
we saw that red truck,
Yeah.
where you spotted that red truck,
Yes.
Scarlett.
Yep. It would have been very easy for him to do that.
Okay, so he comes in. What time you want to bring him in the house? 4:06, 4:08?
Last time I looked at that video, and don't take my word for it. Look at it yourself, but I think it's close to 4:08 when he gets in there.
Okay.
It's like Gray gives the time, and I went over it, and I can't remember every second.
Yeah, because he has to come up and turn around in front of, like, where we were able to see on those Linda Lane videos where a car comes in and turns around. He has to come up in there, turn around. He has to go back down in front of the house, tries to park, tries to turn around in front of the house, but he can't. So he has to go down to the corner of King and Queen and make the 3-point turn and then come back up and all that. And where he goes from there, because we don't even know if the Linda Lane footage is accurate or not. But let's just say he came back up in front of the Queen Road Apartments and made the loop around behind the Queen Road Apartments and parked over in that little area like where Will B's talking about. That makes sense, even though we don't know for 100% facts that that's where he parked at. So that just trying to turn around, trying to park, trying to make it, doing the 3-point turn, that's going to take at least 2 minutes, I would say. So 4:04, he was seen, I would say between 4:06 and 4:08 before he gets in the house.
Okay. So I'm going to assume that she's already put her, and I'm just assuming here, that she's already put her order up on the counter and says, I'll just get it tomorrow morning when I wake up. And maybe just got one hamburger out of there or whatever she ordered. Maybe just got one of the 2 out of there. And then she goes on to bed. Is she hearing is he sneaking in behind her? So if he comes in at 4:06, she's getting an order at 4:02. She's probably done returned to her room. Zanna.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and put Zanna in her room. Now he's coming in. And so he goes on upstairs. I'm going to say he went over there to the room where the dog was at, opened it up, went whoops.
Yep.
And, and down, boy, down, something like that. And he might have changed his tone of voice because a lot of people, when they talk to a dog, they go in this high-pitched sound. or they change their voice to where it's pleasant. So anyway, he shuts that door. And now he goes over to the room where the two females are at and does his dirty deeds. First, he takes out Maddie. Now, here's where the problem comes in. She's got to be screaming, Kaylee. So, I mean, she's got a scream, a
Yeah,
shout.
you would think.
I mean, watching her best friend, who is like a sister to her, what is happening to Maddie, plus she's trapped. There's this strange person in her house doing this, and she's, I would think it's safe to say she was completely freaking out.
I would think.
And from what we understand, he must have gave her the business more than he gave it to the other ones. I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to say stabbing, jabbing, whatever you want to call it, but he must have really put it to her because her wounds don't match Maddie's wounds.
Right. And and I can even see that because she's probably screaming. That is probably her who Dylan thought she heard say there's someone in the house. And like I said before, at that point, that's when Dylan gets up out of her bed and goes, looks out the door, but she doesn't see anybody when she thought she heard Kaylee say that there's someone in the house. So it had to have been a way that Kaylee was saying it in order to get Dylan's attention to make her get up out of her bed and go look out of her door.
Yeah, I just pulled that time frame up from Grace, and at 4:08, the car is parked, does the behind the apartments and parks either in that parking lot or where you said, Scarlett, kind of adjacent to that back deck at 4:08.
Okay.
Okay, so that would put him in the
He's
house
been
at
in the house for
4:09.
12 minutes.
So he's in the house now at 4:09. It's gonna take at least a minute to get everything. He's got to get those tools. He's got to. Is he wearing his overalls? I mean, his coveralls.
Oh, I got something about that too.
Oh yeah,
His ski
Tell him
mask.
about that, Scarlett.
And he's got his kit with him.
She's getting ready to tell you.
Well, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Does he have
Yeah.
to is he putting it on there, or is he already wearing it? Because the DoorDash guy might have seen him.
I would think he would have that part on there, and then when he completed it and maybe went back to his car, and let Scarlett tell you what she's going to tell you. And
Okay, so
read
anyway,
that, and it'll make a lot of sense.
Okay, so we got him at 4:08 parking the car. So anyway, he's in the house. He takes care of the two girls. Now he comes downstairs. Now he wants to go after Zanna and Ethan.
I'm wondering if maybe
For
he might have
whatever
ran
reason.
into him.
That's why I'm asking, did he run into him, or was that part of his agenda? It's going to be two things. So let's say Zanna's out, because she's already awake. All right, so if Zanna sees him, she's still on TikTok at 4:17, is that right?
4:12 is when it says she was on
4:12,
TikTok.
okay.
Yeah, 4:17 is when the camera picked up the noises and all that.
And at
Okay.
4:12, that's when Dylan hears someone say, "It's okay, I'm here to help."
Oh, that makes things different now. At 4:12 is when Dylan says she heard someone say, "I'm here to
Well,
help."
that's according to Grace's timeline, so that, you know.
Well, okay, so when Dylan gets up and looks out her door at the different times, they never gave us a timeline on that. But if you kind of break the timeline down of the events of what happened, you can kind of figure out when Dylan got up and looked out of her door, when she heard who she thought was Kaylee saying someone was here, when she got up the second time, when she got up the third time because she thought she heard crying coming from Zanna's room, and then she sees a guy walking past her. You know, you can kind of piece it together. We're probably not going to have an exact timeline of that until the trial, but I'm thinking, and I think Sleuthy has also came out with a timeline on that as well, that it was more closer to, it's a little ways from 4:04 when they first see his car.
Okay, so he's coming down the stairs after he's done, let's just go ahead and call it what it is, assassinated the two upstairs. He's done red run them. All right, he's coming downstairs. As soon as he gets to the bottom step, why did he turn to Zanna's room? Because Zanna's sitting out she's got the door open and standing. I mean, there's got to be a fight out there in that hallway. Something had to happen now. Is that where he makes his first jab on
Could have
her?
been because there had to be something in that living room, in
And then
that
he just
area.
drives her back into her room.
She might have took off of her room or something.
Yeah,
And
I mean, did he make
basically
a
followed her.
slice at her and it cut her finger? So there's got to be another big screen.
Who was the one with defensive wounds? Was it her?
Zanna.
Zanna.
Okay.
Yeah, Zanna. Excuse me.
Kaylee may have some. I don't know.
According to her parents, I believe they said that she did, but the only one that, it was said, I think, by the coroner that some had defensive wounds, but I don't remember if she named off which one of the victims, and I believe it was Zanna's dad that also said that Zanna had defensive wounds.
So we go.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, if Kaylee fought like her dad and her sister do, she
put a hell of a fight up.
She did. And I have a feeling she's just like her dad and her sister. Well, even her mom, but especially her dad and sister.
Once you get cut real good, the fight goes out pretty quick.
Yeah.
It depends on where.
I mean, when you get cut in a main artery, your next thing is to put your hand next to that wound to stop from coming out. It more so than taking your
No,
hand
I understand that we don't know for sure where she was cut.
Yeah, and her seeing what's happening to Maddie and her parents saying that she was basically trapped in there, I just don't see Kaylee not screaming and hollering and possibly trying to fight this dude off with Maddie. And Julie brings up a good theory as well. Zanna and Ethan may have went to see why Kaylee was screaming, and they ran into him coming down the stairs.
Ritter, I want to ask you something as well and get your take on this. I've thought about this. This is what I think their best weapon would have been, and this is redundant because, I mean, it's not going to change anything. Their best weapon would have been a blanket when he came out with a knife. Because
that's a good thought.
They could have possibly tied him up, not tied him up, but got him all.
Well, it could have protected them.
Tangled up in, that. Obviously, they didn't do that, but I've thought about that over and over. I mean, in that situation with nothing else.
I was always taught to wrap my arm with a belt, a leather belt.
There you go. That's another thing.
That's why you block it, and then you got your other hand free for to return the favor. But I'm trying to figure out, something happened on that second floor. I don't know what you want to call it, a foyer or walkway out there by the living room. I guess that's the living room. So I don't know if Zanna's standing out there now, she's running because she sees this guy coming down, is that her boyfriend? No, that's too tall to be her boyfriend. And then all of a sudden he takes a whack at her. So where's Dylan when this goes on? And there's got to be a screen there right by your door. I mean, probably with 8 to 10 feet from your door.
There's got to be a lot of noise. That's the one.
So now she's got to run back to her bedroom, I'm assuming, because that's where she's going to end up going. So maybe she took one stab out there in that foyer, gets back in her bedroom. He finishes her and Ethan off. Ethan might still be asleep. I don't know I don't know what condition he was in when he came home.
Right.
And what happened between 2 and 4. I don't know what happened. And so now he's through. He's going to walk out, and this is when Dylan sees him and goes into a frozen shock. And I think he saw her, and he regrets that he didn't go back in and take care of her. I think he saw the door open. Whoever this was knew what they were doing. It's methodically planned. I don't know. I know the upstairs was where the hit was at, but I don't think the other places were. I think those are witnesses that got hit. And I could be wrong. He might have wanted to go take out the whole house, but decided I better get out here now. They've got to have called 911 by now. The screaming upstairs, the screaming downstairs. I mean, on the
Dog
second floor,
barking.
dog barking, a thump on the floor. Somebody's in this house. I mean, even if a burglar comes inside my house, I'm dialing 911, and I'm going to tell them to send the rescue before they send the police, because I'm already locked and loaded. And the first glimpse I see him, he's it's going to be out lights go out on that guy. So I'm just trying to. I know they don't have pistols; they're not trained to fight and things like that. But you got to have some kind of oomph in your body to protect yourself. And they were innocent lambs there. That's just what they were. And the wolf came in. They had nothing to combat him with. Nothing. I mean, I don't see them taking a golf club and swinging it at him. I don't see them
play
taking
golf for a living.
baseball.
Golf clubs are not effective. You
Right.
swing and the shaft breaks. Period.
Right. But that 8-iron hits you over the top of the head, it's over. I'm running the other way. But I'm just saying, that I don't see a baseball bat. I don't see them combating with a knife, unless that comes out later. And I certainly don't see them countering with a pistol, a counterattack to defend yourself. I don't see any of that. This is just so weird to me.
I just can't.
Link.
I keep thinking there had to be, it took 12 minutes. There had to be 6 or 8 minutes of just pure screaming.
You would think. I just can't get around. I mean, when there was scuffling going on, she said she thought they were playing with, oh my
Murphy.
God, with Murphy.
Yeah.
I've always thought that was the girls scuffling in that room. But at the same time, if they're scuffling, I can't see them not screaming.
Yeah,
Or at least
there had to be loud screams.
But remember, the girls were asleep in that room. Maddie was asleep when she got hit.
Right, but what I'm saying is, Kaylee wasn't. So I mean, she said she thought they were playing with Murphy. So there had to have been some stuff.
But I just see,
and the dog barking.
I just see Kaylee and Maddie in bed at 3 together in that same bedroom.
After they stopped calling Jack D.
Right. I'm thinking they're in the same bedroom. They both fell asleep, and the bad guy comes in there. Whatever time you want to put, 408, 409. He comes in there. He hits Maddie first. Then he goes and that wakens Kaylee.
Kaylee up.
Kaylee, you're right. She wakens up, so she ain't in there playing with the dog.
No.
Yeah, so
that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Plus
saying
it's dark too.
I think that where they said she was playing with the dog, I don't think she was playing with the dog. I think there was scuffling going on from the fight.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think so too.
And the dog heard it and was barking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he goes
going on in the next room.
But if there's enough time, my point to that is, if there is enough time for Dylan to think that scuffling was them playing with Murphy, there's enough time for her to scream.
Well, she had to hear a scream from upstairs. She had to hear a scream from Zanna. I don't know what Ethan's story is. And it's a game of Clue now. So what do? You don't. If nothing else, if you thought somebody just came in your house to rob, not to hurt anybody, you would call 911. Yeah, you would call 911. And
well,
I just
the point
is, why she didn't go quickly to do that.
He's not a trained person, right? So unless the first swipe he did to Kaylee and the first swipe he did to Zanna was lethal, they scream. Even if it was just from shock of someone being.
Lady V, did you cut out?
No, that's all I'm saying. It had to be at least one scream. I mean,
yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, hold on. I gotta bring Tara up. She's backstage.
And I don't know Dylan. Somebody else may know her. I mean, there's people we know who are airheads. We call them. other names that go along with it.
Dizzy.
Scatterbrained. I mean, I could go on with this, but to me, she's going to look like throughout the whole nation not calling 911 as one of the dumbest humans on earth.
Hey
I hate
guys.
saying that. Hey, Tara. So I
Hi,
cannot
Tara. How are
figure
you?
out. I cannot figure out why she didn't call 911 real quick. Something's up with that. I'm not saying she's involved in it.
I agree, but everybody's like, oh, she was in frozen shock. Well, maybe at first, but I just don't
According
think
to
it
this
lasts that
article,
long.
she texted her.
Well, she's still texting Bethany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
While it was,
we're thinking that she's texting.
Well, it had to be
She's
because
communicating somehow.
right, and she's are talking to her on the phone, and then, I mean, unless she says her phone went dead.
But then
I
how are
just
they
hope,
able to get the communication or the data or whatever that says there was activity on the phone at that time if it went dead?
whoever is telling Mr. Gonzalez this about the, getting this information from the grand jury and relaying it back to him, I just hope that they are not lying to him.
If I saw someone laying down or screaming in my house, I heard someone, which I did one time. I stayed with a sister. She screamed. I ran all the way to her room. I had my pistol drawn,
Okay, I
and
hear somebody with background noise. I don't know who it is.
I do too.
and the next thing I know, she got all scared because a lizard came across her bed while she was sleeping. Well, I'm showing some kind of urgency to go in there and check on it. And if I thought she was having a heart attack, as soon as she was holding her chest or choking, I would call 911. Then I administer on my first day that I knew, that I was trained to know. I just can't understand why her and Bethany did not call 911. How they can call
Especially
other people.
if it comes out that it is true, that they were awake, they heard everything, and that they were texting when all this was going on. If all of that is true, and she sees this guy in the house dressed in black with a mask on and all this and that, and she doesn't, which we already know she didn't call 911 for 8 hours. But if all this other stuff ends up being true, she's got a lot of explaining to do about that 8-hour time gap.
One thing I thought of is we've heard Ann Taylor holler that about they have one of them has exculpatory evidence.
That was Bethany.
Maybe the defense has seen these texts, and in the confusion, Bethany's made a narrative that could point to some kind of different event, only because she was guessing what was going on from the noise. And the defense wants to use that as it's exculpatory.
Okay, I
Look
keep
what she
hearing-
said in
It's
her
Tara.
Something.
It's Tara.
Tara? Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Possibly.
There's some kind of statement that she gave to the police, or there's something going on between their texts messages that the defense wants to
Turn around
question.
and
They just want to question it.
Will be. You sound like you're really, really far from the mic.
do I?
Yeah.
Here, let me see if I can adjust
Are we
this.
better now?
Yes, you do sound better now.
Oh, much better.
So how long
Yeah.
do they suspect he stayed in the house for 9 to 10 minutes?
12 minutes.
12 minutes. Okay, I can see him doing what he did in 12 minutes. And then he's out the door, and he's out the door at 4:19, 4:20, he's screeching away, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
And he undressed that quick, put his stuff in a bag, a bucket, whatever, a Ziplocs.
Wait a minute, but it says 4:25 or something when he left.
4:20 is when he.
Yeah, 4:20 is when they
sped away.
see the car leaving at a high rate of
Okay.
speed. But
Yeah.
based off of Dylan's interview and then the downloads from Dylan and Bethany's phones, that's where they
Scarlett,
believe it's between 4 and 4:25.
Do you want to cover some more of this article about the clothes receipt? Supposedly they have what he bought.
Yeah, I'm about to get to that in just
Yeah,
one
because
second.
I don't think a lot of people have read this, so
I'm trying to get caught up in chat real quick.
yeah.
Is Crime Sleuthen still here? She's being quiet.
I'm
She is
here.
here.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm being quiet because I'm talking with. I'll put in the back chat. I'm having conversation about
Oh,
something.
okay. Okay.
That stuff that I sent you. Anyway, with somebody.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Because
here.
Sally
I'm
Mae
listening. I'm
Sally
listening
Mae
to
had
everything.
asked in chat what your thoughts were on it.
Oh, I think when she asked me that, we were, or everybody was talking about like if where we think the girls were when this happened, and like what Tommy went in and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably went in if he's the guy, right? Right out of 4 of 7, maybe. And I personally think, this is just my opinion, I think Kaylee was in her own bed with Murphy in there and maybe heard a scuffle going on in the other room,
Mm-hmm.
went in there and left Murphy in her room to see what was going on, interrupted what was going on, and got attacked and then thrown on the bed. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to go into more detail than that. It feels awful,
Right.
talking about it. But
I mean, I've even thought of that as well. But then whenever, her parents come out and say that she was trapped, I'm thinking, okay, well, that would have meant she would have had to have gotten up on the bed and been trapped and not, instead of her just walking in and seeing it and then running away and not actually going into the room. She would, the way they were talking, she was kind of like trapped in that corner where the bed was at. Like she was up on the bed in that corner where the headboard and all that's at. The way they were explaining it, she wasn't able to get out.
yeah, I think that maybe the parents, I'm trying to think of how I worded this before. I'm thinking that the parents need to think that. It makes them feel better to think that rather than there was, I don't know how to word it.
Because I mean, like I said, I even thought about, okay, maybe she was in her room with Murphy because I just don't see her leaving Murphy in the room by herself at night while she's in, staying over in Maddie's room. And she heard something going on in Maddie's room and she came across there. She saw somebody in there doing what they were doing to Maddie and she screams, "There's someone here." I mean, because both ways make sense.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't think anybody knows. Well, I bet forensics people know more than we do, but
Yeah.
and it would depend, for me, it would depend on, was Kaylee under any kind of covers at all? Was
Yeah.
there any indication
they
there?
they
And they
never
didn't mention
said-
that.
No, they never said about Kaylee, only that the sheath was underneath Maddie and the comforter.
Yeah.
Now, Steve and his wife were saying, based off of what the coroner has told us, she was
Yeah.
pinned against the wall and she couldn't get out.
Right.
So she's between the wall and Maddie, right?
Yes, they believe
Right.
that Maddie was sleeping on the outside of the bed, like on the edge, and then Kaylee was sleeping between Maddie and the wall. And the bed was, because Maddie's room was so small, that bed was all the way up against the wall, so she couldn't get down on the floor to try to get out, between the bed and the wall because it was up against the wall. So whenever they're saying she was trapped, I'm imagining her up on top of the bed, standing up on top of the bed, up in that corner, screaming and trying to fight this person and everything else. That probably made that person mad, and that's where it comes in that her wounds were different, or wasn't it said that it was worse? Didn't
More
somebody say
aggressive
worse?
or-
Yeah, worse.
Something like that. So it does make sense because this dude is there. He's doing this to Maddie. Kaylee is basically, like I said, probably trying to fight the dude to get him off of her best friend / sister. She's screaming, and he's got to basically shut her up, and her wounds at that point become worse and different than Maddie's. Because you're
Right.
also thinking, if Maddie's laying down and he's doing this to her versus Kaylee standing up, the wounds are going to be different.
Yeah, and where the red liquid goes will be completely different, right? So if
Yeah.
she's standing up when this happens,
She'd be all
then
over the walls.
like the
Yeah.
walls, the floor, right? Versus
Filling.
on the bed.
Filling. So, Tara, what do you mean by think out of the box, forget everything we know? Tara,
Still up here?
she's up there. Tara,
Tara, are you still up here?
she's up here. She's not muted.
All I can say is extremely sad situation. What happened is uncalled for.
Yeah.
All I'm asking is the police to do their job as professionally, as accurately, and as lawfully as possible.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And that's what we're not seeing all throughout America. We're not seeing it.
God, that's
It's just another day at the office.
Yeah.
Well, it's not their family. That's why. If it was one of their family members, I'm pretty sure it would be a whole totally different story on how this investigation was done.
Well, don't put it all on the officers themselves. It could be their superiors that are letting things get or not get to the public.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I mean, but it's in a PCA, which is going to go to the public. And
Right, but the officers don't have control over what goes into that.
Well, one officer did.
Well,
he signed it. He signed
it, yeah.
He said, I swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
But I'm sure there was a DA right there over their shoulder.
Exactly. I highly doubt he wrote that PCA himself.
Well, a smart DA and a smart detective would not have put 20-something pages in a PCA.
A smart DA wouldn't let someone out for raping an 11-year-old girl, but it just happened here today.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that's what I'm just saying right there.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. It's not the cops. It's law enforcement in general, and more the upper ranking people.
Well, okay, I don't want to make it sound like we're smashing police officers.
That's why I was saying that.
Oh, no, I'm not doing that at all.
But I see it here in my hometown where cases. I mean, I've had the state attorney tell me we have to train cops once a week. We send someone out to train them because of the way they write up reports. They leave loopholes for the defense.
Yeah. People are not good writers.
Do you think that? Oh God, never mind.
It's something you have to learn.
Do you think maybe they don't have enough money, that they're not getting enough money to be able to investigate all of this enough?
The state of Idaho gave them, I think, $1 million right off the bat.
They've got plenty of money.
Plus
I mean overall.
Feds.
I mean overall, because Riddler's right. It's happening everywhere, not just not there.
I don't think money's the issue.
I was just asking. I don't think so either, but
the departments that got defunded, I agree with you, Lady V. These cities that are defunding the police, that's wrong. Now, on the other hand, they had the FBI there working with them. I don't know how much they got involved. They had the Idaho State Police working with them. So they had enough manpower to do
the resources.
Right. Well, I'm just saying overall, Riddler, because I mean, because of the defunding of it, I wasn't sure if I should say that.
But I mean, it's a small town, and who knows? They'd probably still be looking for the guy if it wasn't for the other agencies coming in there.
Shoot, if it wasn't for their daughter that they would.
See, that's what I'm talking about. How is it a daughter can get the right time and the police couldn't?
Well, Steve, when you read this entire article, you'll be amazed at how proactive Steve.
Can you put that article in the
chat?
Yeah, I'll grab it for you real quick.
Was in this whole thing. I mean, I knew he was really looking into things, but no, this guy has gone over and beyond.
Oh, he went knocking on the neighbors' doors.
To the fact that the FBI had told him to stand down on some things, and I'll let Scarlett get to that. I'm not.
I'm fixing to get to. I want to get to the receipt and all that. I did just drop the link, Lady V, in the back chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I also put it in the regular chat for those who hasn't read it yet.
One thing I like to say about this article too is every time this is the part 6 of this Howard Bloom thing. people I hear in different chats, oh, Howard Bloom will say anything. Howard Bloom is a Pulitzer Prize winning author. He has been the editor of Vanity Fair, several really big publications. He has a storybook career. He is not the kind of guy who is going to publish uncorroborated evidence. I think part of the reason he has gotten some sources that have opened up to him is because of his reputation. And
Well, I
his
would
career.
agree with that.
And he's not some fly-by-night writer who's just writing about Idaho. This guy has a career. You need to look it up if you don't know.
Well, he's got a reputation for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, he's not the kind of guy that writes BS. Now he writes more in a descriptive, a lot of like you'd write a novel, but his facts, I truly believe, he vets his facts over and over. He's just not putting stuff in there that it's not the way he's conducted himself his entire career. So I think that when people say that, I don't accept it.
So do you believe that the sheaf actually went to Idaho, from Idaho to Texas?
I can't go back. Did he say that in a prior thing? I think he maybe.
Oh yeah, he said that.
Okay.
I believe he also
if he
said,
said it, Riddler, he was either absolutely fooled with inventing that fact, or on and on, or he made a mistake by doing so.
He was actually the first one I ever seen come out with that about it going to Texas.
I really think he's the kind of source that senior law enforcement officials would feel comfortable knowing he's not going to out them, or you know what I'm saying. I just don't see him putting something on a piece of paper that he's not sure of. There can always be a first, but I mean, this guy's got a career that.
Well, everybody's human. People can make mistakes too,
Yeah.
but
All right.
something like this, I'd be careful.
He didn't write for the grocery store end of the aisle checkout lane publications. He wrote for some big magazines and was editor and.
Okay, Sally Mae.
It's important to say he wrote for a lot of those publications before they were owned by current interests.
True, but I just
Which
what
is why
I'm
he's
trying
not
to say,
there
Big Al, his
anymore.
reputation is pretty stellar.
That's what I mean. I mean, he wrote for a lot of those publications while they were still prestigious.
Right.
Yeah, and so
Now they're just the media machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Did I get this pulled up? Yes, not yet. Okay. All right. So the next part that I'm going to talk about on here is about what they're saying that Kohberger wore on that night. So it says Kohberger had purchased a dark blue Dickies long sleeve work uniform at the Walmart in Pullman, Washington, not long before the murders. Steve had learned. The authorities had a copy of the $49.99 receipt, and they also now had a theory to explain how Kohberger had managed to escape from the crime scene without a scratch and without leaving an incriminating drop of blood in his getaway car or his apartment. He had worn the work uniform during the murders, and then he had disrobed before he got behind the wheel of his Honda Elantra when he drove back to his apartment. Perhaps the authorities hypothesized that he had stuffed the work suit into a plastic garbage bag and then shoved it into his trunk. Now, this could have happened, but what I'm thinking whenever they say long sleeve work uniform, I'm thinking maybe coveralls.
They're coveralls.
In order to take the coveralls off, you got to take your shoes off. So that's going to take time away in this timeline of him being in the house for.
Not necessarily, Scarlett. Dickies has coveralls with snaps on the bottom.
Yeah, most of them have zippers up the leg that goes like
snaps,
maybe up to your
and
knee.
Zippers. Yep. So you can get it off with your boots on. I've got a pair that you can take off without taking off your boots.
Okay, because mine ain't Dickies, but I do have a pair
But
of
I would.
tiny
I mean,
ones.
if I was him, I would take it off and turn it inside out as I took it off anyway to keep any residue or anything from getting on anything else. So you'd almost want to peel it off inside out.
Right. I don't know. I see a hard time with the shoe part. And that's only because I have a pair of coveralls that I wear when we go hunting. And even with my size 8 boot, I can't get the damn things off without taking my boots off. And that's unzipping them all the way up to the knee.
So
And
where are
his-
you thinking that that he took this off? Where are they thinking?
I mean, it's possible. They're thinking maybe he took it off after he came out of the house and then stuffed it into a garbage bag and put it into his trunk. That very well could have happened, but it's going to take away from the timeline of him being in the house between 4 and 4:20 when they seen the car leaving at a high rate of speed.
Yeah, and if he's turning it inside out, that's going to take. I mean, have you ever tried to turn something like that inside out? I mean,
I'll
it
tell you what. Have you ever
minute.
come in the Have you ever come in the house really needing to go to the bathroom? You get them sons of bitches off pretty quick.
Yeah, but you got to turn it inside out now.
It comes
I have
off
a hard
inside
time.
out.
Why
I
did
have
he
a
take
hard
his,
time getting mine off, so
Why
I
didn't
don't.
he just take his shoes and that off both at the same time? Put it in a trash bag.
It would have made
Hey,
sense
Scarlett.
for him to put his shoes into the trash bag with it.
Yeah,
And if he was
exactly.
walking in a
Yeah.
house,
Get in the
That's
car and drive
true.
barefoot. It's no big deal. He probably had maybe another pair he could put on later.
But how did he get out without any blood on the?
Oh, don't
outside?
forget the shower curtain.
go to the shower curtain.
True.
Sorry.
True.
Hey, Scarlett, see back chat when you can.
Okay. Get up real quick.
I do know that there is a photo that, okay, so like when you go out that sliding door and you would go to the left right past the couch, there were the little crime scene markers there on the ground, and they
Uh-huh.
were taking photos right off of the patio in the dirt.
Was that
So I wonder if
where
there's a footprint or something.
I do remember there was a piece of paper out in the backyard. I don't remember exactly where though. And I want to say that it has some type of drawing or something on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like crumpled and folded.
Yeah. Was
Yeah.
that in the area where you're talking about?
I actually think that was in the front yard by the trash cans, but I'm not sure. All I remember from the photos that I remember seeing was right off of the patio, and you could see them like bending over and taking photos of something with a marker by it. But I
Okay,
think
I'll
that
get
photo of the paper was up in the front, if I'm not mistaken. I could be.
I put a link to the Dickies coveralls in back chat.
Okay. Lily B, you're very welcome.
And I put a link to a guy taking off coveralls in the back chat.
Are you
I
I
serious?
put a
got one.
Yes,
link
I
to
am.
the article you're reading in the chat.
Everybody's just posting links everywhere.
And I will find. Oops, hang on. Oops, sorry, I was playing something.
You need
Um,
a chat.
I will see if I can
Listen.
find that photo to you too.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to just send it to me on Twitter, it'll be fine. Okay. So the last part of this, where they're talking about the Dickies outfit, it just says that there's no sign of the Dickies outfit. The police have looked high and low, but they couldn't find it, just that they couldn't locate the murder weapon. They had a receipt for a K-bar knife that he had purchased online months before the murders, but this too has seemingly vanished. As long as those two crucial pieces of evidence remained unavailable, Steve feared that building a case against Kohberger would remain more open than shut.
The fact that if they do have the receipt, though, even that they have not found the clothing or the weapon, if they do have the receipt, that's still pretty damning.
Circumstantial evidence has put people
Yeah, I mean,
in prison
it is
before.
to me. I mean, you know, because he doesn't have it. It's not in his closet at home. It's not in his drawer where he keeps his pocket knives or whatever.
Well, yeah, you bought it. Where is it?
Yeah, why would you buy it and then throw it away?
I mean, yeah, because
He even
if
tells the dad he bought it, I think.
he bought it, and which I still want to see this receipt though. But if he did buy it,
Yeah, I think they're saying they have the receipt, they don't have the actual garment.
no,
They have the receipt that he bought the knife, they don't have the actual knife. Is
right.
the way I read it.
But, well, yeah, because when I first read it, I was like, well, if they had the receipt, where the hell did he go if they ain't got it no more? If it vanished? And then I was thinking, okay, never mind. They were talking about they ain't got the knife. They got the
Yeah, I got confused about that as well when I had to read.
because
read it.
because the way they put it was that, well, shit, now I gotta go find it again.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but if I buy a K-bar or I buy coveralls, $49 pair of coveralls to work in, they don't just disappear.
No. And like I was going to say, if he bought the knife and he's completely innocent and this isn't the knife that was used in the murders, then he should be like, okay,
Yeah,
here's
show
my
it to
knife.
us.
Take it. Go do whatever, hand it over to his attorney.
Yeah. So in some ways, the fact that they could say he, is trying to hide the actual items could be as, as damning as anything else.
Hello.
Avery,
Avery.
Hi.
big hug.
Yes.
Thank you.
How are you, love?
I'm good. We're home.
Avery.
Hey,
Oh,
sweetie.
good.
So
How
the
you
baby's
doing,
home?
sweetie?
Well, we're home. Yeah,
Well, that's good.
he's all settled into bed right now. So I was like, oh my God, I can get on a live.
I actually went live earlier tonight too.
Are you
What I did-
serious?
Yeah, I went live at 10:05 tonight.
Avery, do
Instead
you
of
have any kind of
10:45.
in-home care to help?
Yeah, they're setting all that up. Everything's in the works. So he's going to be resting for a while. His first chemo is actually on Scarlett's birthday,
Oh man.
October
Well, I'm
16th.
glad to hear that because that will make a big difference for you, where you can be his mother and
Yeah.
caregiver as well. But you know what I'm saying. When you're just a caregiver, and Riddler may understand this, and not the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get
you
lost in
kind
the
of lose a little
caregiving.
something.
You do.
It
I
wears you
agree.
down.
I've
Oh
been
yeah.
there.
I'm just glad that we have like a break. Because he's still healing from surgery, and we have like a little break before his first chemo.
Hey
But
y'all, Avery, go ahead and finish telling your story about Jaden. I gotta mute. I'll be right back, y'all.
okay. But there's just no better feeling than being at home.
Home sweet home.
Like I know, he has to be in the hospital, when he has to be, but that feeling of coming home is like,
Sleeping right next to his mommy.
and it's like you walk in the door and you just feel like this weight come off of you because it's like you're home, and then you're like, okay, like mentally or subconsciously you just have like this feeling of things have got to be okay or they've got to be better because we're
Yeah.
home.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
Well, I'm glad. I'm happy for you. Things are headed in a better direction, and I hope they continue to.
yeah. So he does have to do.
I completely agree. I'm so glad he's home with you.
Yeah. He does have to do aggressive chemo. They were not able to get it all. His platelets are still over 1 million. So
Um,
he's got a big fight ahead of him, but I have faith.
that baby's a fighter. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he is a fighter, that's for sure. And but I wanted to ask you guys. So I seen a couple of people go live, but I didn't get the chance to watch the lives. And I seen people saying that Bryan Kohberger spilled blood at the crime scene. But then when I read the article that they were referring to, what I read was that the Kaylee was injured. I didn't read anything about blood. So I'm trying to find out, where is this coming from? And I thought maybe you guys could fill me in.
I haven't heard anything like that, but
The only thing that was in this whole article, and real quick, Lady B, oh, never mind. I see you just exit off of it. Okay. There was something that said that they think that maybe the murderer was slightly injured, I guess when Kaylee was fighting with him, and that is what caused him to drop the sheet. I saw in Discord earlier that people were talking about the red stuff or whatever, but I haven't seen that article yet. And if it's in this airmail article, I haven't got to read that whole thing. I just kind of stopped it.
I read it all, and I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
Somebody
know
said it
having
was-
touched on anything like that.
Crafts and
think we-
Bryan said it was retracted.
I found the article and I put it in your Discord. It was US Weekly, US Weekly, and I did read about where they thought, that he got injured, but I'm like, how did that turn into multiple YouTube creators talking about the red stuff being spilled? Like, I'm not understanding this.
Kind of breaking
Because
up.
it's YouTube.
You're muffling a little bit.
Yeah, that's what some of these YouTube creators do.
Well, as I said in the beginning, this airmail article
Is that better?
This airmail article is
Much better.
damning for Kohberger.
Yeah, it's
No,
got a
I
lot of
don't-
information.
I don't know what a jury would, get different juries, but in my opinion, now I would have to say things are swinging back more towards the prosecution.
So there's first off, is my audio better?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
Okay. So there's a new airmail article.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
dropped
came out today.
It's part 6 of the
Oh,
Howard
wow.
Bloom,
Hold on, I'll grab the link.
and it's probably the best one yet.
I am so behind on everything. I'm trying to catch up. And
You
I
and
feel
me
like
both. Don't feel bad, Avery. We're in the same boat. I don't know what
it's
the hell's going
like,
on.
you know what? It's like a week off of YouTube is like a year of
It
missing
is.
YouTube.
Yeah, it's like you were never there.
And I've missed 3 or 4 days myself, so I'm trying to play catch up.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, I
I'm
like
about to-
Howard Bloom. I love Howard Bloom's writing. And he's the one who's writing the book.
Yeah, he is going to write a book.
Okay, Avery, I just sent the link to you on Twitter because I don't know if you can get in the back chat or not.
Isn't
Okay.
there another gentleman writing a book on?
There's a
Yeah.
local guy writing a book.
I can't remember his first name, but his last name is Appleman.
Yeah, there's a local guy from Moscow who is I think he's a reporter or journalist, and he's in the process of writing a book.
Now, who was the guy said he's writing a book, and he said there's something they're missing on this case that he knows.
You know what? That I would love to know. First of all, how can somebody write a book about a case when it hasn't even gone to trial?
They can always write
Amen.
one and write another one after it's over.
My question too.
And I'm trying to think the one that Riddler is talking about.
The guy that's writing the other guy that's writing the
James
book
Patterson.
looks like
Okay.
the guy you ever
Ed.
the guy in Crumman called Robbie. I don't know him, but anyway, he looks kind of like him.
He was
It's
on.
called When Idaho Sleeps, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
you're right, Debbie.
Yes,
How
that
can-
was it. And it's something Appleman. Hold on, because it's. Let me go to YouTube real quick because he was on Ashley Banfield's thing the other night.
Correct.
I just can't remember his first name though. Hey Vaughn, how are you?
Alan, maybe.
What?
I don't know. I read the article.
I don't remember if that was it or not.
We
Let me
have
see if
some,
I can
but I was
find-
just telling you what he looks like because when I saw him, I thought, "Gosh, he looks like."
Hey Arv, how are you? Because somebody, does anybody in chat remember this Appleman's dude's first
I'll
name?
go look.
Somebody brought, because I mentioned it the other night, and somebody in chat put his first name because I couldn't remember what it was. Let me see. This was
Oh yeah, Miss Chapin. Somebody, Candace Morin in chat just wrote Miss Chapin is writing a book too. The Boy in Blue.
Oh, yeah, that's already out on Amazon.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I gotta get
Yeah.
download it.
When she was on, I don't remember the show, that she was on a talk show and was talking about her book and why she came up with that title, and showed her the tattoo that she got for Ethan. It had came out right around that time, on like maybe a day or so difference of when
But
she was on there.
her
It's on
book is
Amazon.
her book is basically about Ethan, right? Not the case.
I think it's more of a children's book.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right,
okay.
I got you down, Tara. But yeah, it's more of a children's book, and she kind of explained, because they were triplets, Ethan, Hunter, and Macy. They each had their own color, and Ethan was the baby who wore blue, and
Yeah.
so that's where the title of her book came from.
I want to say thank you to Detra Ed or Detra Ed on the James Patterson. I couldn't remember his name. Thank you.
Yeah, him and isn't James Patterson, and there was a lady that's supposed to be writing the book.
John?
Was it John? John. I don't even remember. I'm going through News Nation right now, trying to find. I just need the video, because I think the video has his name in the title.
I have a ton of James Patterson books. I didn't think that he wrote true crime. I thought his were fiction.
Oh,
Have
no.
I been reading nonfiction all this time? Thinking it's fiction.
I don't know. I just know that him and this other lady's been working on this book, and as soon as the trial is done and over with, then the book is supposed to come out, which could be 10 years from now,
Yeah.
since we still don't have a definite date of when this trial is supposed to start.
Well, did anybody watch the new documentary that I think it was supposed to be on Fox? It was supposed to come out this week. Well, the week of October 2nd on Fox.
Mm-mm.
No? I can't remember the name of it.
Okay, let me see what this is about. The J. Reuben Appleman is his name. I'm gonna have to write that down.
I've never even heard of him.
No.
Okay, so he's the author of While Idaho Slept. But I don't know when it's coming out, or it may already be out. I don't know, but he was on there on Ashley Banfield a few nights ago. I was talking about it. Margaret, thank you.
I don't know why it seems so icky to me to write books and make any kind of a profit off of a case that hasn't even been to trial. Like, it's okay to me if it's been like a couple of years after, maybe 2-3 years after, but it just seems too soon.
Yeah, I mean, the James Patterson guy, him and that lady, I can't remember what her name is, but I know that they were, or he was on a talk show. I forgot who it was with also, and was talking about, I think it was on News Nation. Okay, Crafts and Crime said that book came out Tuesday.
Everybody,
See, it hasn't even been a year yet, and it just feels icky.
yeah, but everybody wants to be the first so they can sell their books. Look at Murdaugh case.
All about
No,
so
that's crazy.
yeah, it just boils down to money, making money.
It does.
Right, right. I mean, a good author is, and I like the guy Riley, used to be at Fox. What's his name? O'Reilly.
O'Reilly, Bill
Oh,
O'Reilly.
yeah.
Right. But I see
Yeah.
mistakes he wrote about Patton. And so I'm starting to wonder, and I'm seeing the mistakes written in about the sniper guy.
He He would never admit to that.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't, but the Army has all the details on
Mm-hmm.
on Patton's. It wasn't the Army wanted to do a autopsy, but he's saying the Army wouldn't let nobody have an autopsy. It was the wife who said there'd be no autopsy.
But I think if somebody's going to write a book on something like the Idaho 4 case, they need to wait until the trial is completely over with, get the facts from the trial,
Right.
go talk to some family members if that's what you feel you need to do. Talk with some law enforcement, because there is no more gag order at that point. So, if they want to talk about it, they can. The jury can do interviews. So talk to them. Hey, Jody, it's cool. How are you? And get the actual story instead of
Right.
writing it as you're going along and then finishing it up right after the trial happens.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to ask y'all. I seen the articles about Dylan Mortensen and how she's taken to online gaming and living in seclusion.
Yeah.
And I was very curious.
You're kind of breaking up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like when you talk. Lady V was doing that the other night. You start talking and then it starts getting like a muffled sound.
I
Okay.
think it's because I was backing away from it myself.
Is that better?
There are already 3
Yes.
books on Amazon about the Idaho thing. If that
I
tells
forgot
you
what I was
anything.
saying now. What was I saying?
You were talking about
Dylan. Yeah, I was wanting to know how that author of that article got that information, because they've been so...
I heard the whole the video on that, and he actually just connected with her dad, and he was willing to talk to him because he trusted him to not, sensationalize it or throw her under the bus. But I know the article you're talking about. But like I say, I saw he was on. It's either Banfield or something, and he was telling about. He really didn't even expect it. What I remember, and he was willing to talk to him. Her dad. And she's in seclusion and playing video games online with a group of people that she trusts and knows, and just kind of staying secluded.
wow.
That's an awful way to live for somebody her age who's
Yeah.
just been through what she's been through.
Yeah. And can she ever? Now, how far along was she in college through her college studies? Does anybody know?
I think she was a sophomore.
So
I
I'm
think
saying,
she was
can
too.
she ever rematriculate somewhere and not be the girl from Idaho and have any normal existence? I question that.
I don't
Probably
know.
after this trial is over with, then the case starts calming down a little bit. But
Yeah.
until that, probably not. Because
Mm,
there's
That's an
mm-mm.
awful
so
thing to
much.
take away from somebody.
Just think of just throughout the U.S. how many people talk about this case, follow this case,
Yeah,
are
she'll
on social
forever
media.
be known as one of the 2 survivors who did this and did that. Whatever comes
Now,
out in court.
people shouldn't, and I know that there's people who are more than likely doing this because people are harassing her on social media, but I'm sure that there are people out wherever she lives at that sees her out in public and they probably harass her. I'm pretty sure she's had people show up at her house and everything else, and that shouldn't be happening. Let the girl go to court and testify and then leave her alone.
I did see in that video the guy was telling about, you remember there was a picture of her supposedly here a while back?
Of her running?
Yeah, that's not her. That's her 17-year-old
No, that's her
sister.
Oh, wow.
That's intrusive now.
Yeah.
It's
that's
bad
very-
reporting, number one, but number two, to sneak around and take a picture of a underage, a child. She's only 17. She's not an adult yet.
Yeah, that came out. Oh God, I remember that picture
quickly.
came out
What, 2 or 3 months ago?
Yeah, no, it's probably longer than that.
No, it came out. It wasn't very long afterwards
Yeah, it's
when
been
everybody
several
was wondering
months.
where she was.
And it came out that it was her, and she was making a run to Starbucks or something. I think is what
Yeah, that was her
one
sister. That,
person,
yeah.
and it turned out to be her sister.
And if you look at the picture closely, it's obvious it's not her.
But people will grab a picture of someone who looks like someone else and put it out as that person, and there are people who will believe it.
That's true.
So the documents that were dropped, wait, was it today? It's
Yeah,
today Friday?
Now, there
The
was a
Howard
document that
Bloom.
was dropped yesterday, but the Howard Bloom article came out today.
Well, it's
What
October 7th. What, today might be the 8th.
what is today? Today's
It's actually the 8th. It was yesterday, but
Yeah, well, it's still the 7th where I'm at.
I got
is
you.
today
Okay.
Friday?
Sunday.
Today's
Saturday. Well, it's still Saturday for me.
it's still Saturday for me too. Well, we're in the same time zone. Never mind.
Right.
Wait a
Forgot.
minute. I'm confused. So wait, at midnight it's going to be
Central
Sunday?
time at Central. It's
Yeah,
Central
I'm
time
Central
right
time.
now, and that's Friday. That's Friday
Saturday.
right now.
It's only
I'm-
11:52 where I'm
Saturday, yeah.
Scarlett,
Saturday.
So it's
did-
Friday.
No,
Scarlett,
it's
did
Saturday.
you read enough of the article to where Steve Gonzalez, I can't pronounce that, stated that he pretty much thought he had identified the informant for law enforcement? It was at the very end of the article.
Yeah, I believe
It
I
had
started reading that
Tried to
part.
was going to approach the guy to get a straight up answer
Oh, yeah, and FBI stopped it.
and stopped him, but
Yeah.
it also told how he talked with Hunter, with
Hunter Johnson.
Hunter Johnson, and
Yeah.
he gave him a clear and concise
He was
narrative
very
of what happened, and they
straightforward
both ended
and
up in
factual.
tears.
Yep.
And he also talked to Jack DeCoeur and asked for a in-depth play-by-play. Found out that he had been DNA swabbed and questioned immediately and lie detected.
Yeah, and he basically did a physical examination on Jack DeCoeur.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
wanted to see his
Personal
arms, his
examination to see if he
stomach,
had any scratches.
neck, and all that. And
Yeah.
Jack didn't have anything on it.
Yeah.
Wait, what article is it that
This
this
is the
is?
Airmail today.
The airmail
Howard
one,
Bloom
the one that I
article.
sent you the link to in Twitter.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
okay.
like I say, I was surprised at just how in depth his trying to find out for himself, and I don't blame him at all. That's his daughter, you know. But the FBI put a stop to him on the
Yeah, that's the
person
next
he
thing I'm about to
concluded
bring
that was
up.
the informant, and obviously he must have been correct, or the FBI would not have told him, "Hey, back off."
I'm just trying to find that part in my article. Where
That's
it's talking
kind of
about
towards the
drugs.
end, I think.
Because I don't think I got past. Okay, so that's the very end of it. Okay, yeah, here we go, right here. So if I know where this part starts. Okay, so I read that part about the survivors. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think I found it. Let me get it pulled back up here now. Mountain Mama, how are you? And Callie Dime, I'm feeling okay. All right, so this, I'm gonna start right here. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. All right, yeah, and while I'm reading this, make sure that your chat is on live chat and that you hit the thumbs up if you haven't already done so. So it says, Steve intensified his efforts to get answers, and in that dog process, he came to believe that the government must have a protected source, an informant who could provide testimony that would have tightened the screws that held together the case against Kohberger. Steve was determined to talk to them, and he did not want to wait for the trial to get the knowledge that he needed, and for this peace of mind, he needed relief now. So after some digging, he grew convinced that he had the informant in his sights. So he was preparing to reach out to this individual to get right in his face and confront him. He would explain that he was empowered by his father's natural right to understand fully the last moments of his daughter's life. In fact, it was his duty. It was an argument that he felt that no one could reject. And at last, he would know the whole story of what really happened to Kaylee and why. Because I think Steve's main thing, and it even says that in this article, that he wants to know the motive.
Oh,
why this happened.
I just noticed this is Howard Bloom, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So it says, but before he can make his move, before he can get in a room and have a heart-to-heart talk with a witness, he was unexpectedly stopped in his tracks by the FBI. The Bureau had sent an official letter to Steve's attorney in Moscow, Shannon Gray, warning that if there was any attempt to contact the individual Steve had been pursuing, there would be legal consequences. The witness had originally reached out to the authorities through a tip line that promised to protect the identities of anyone volunteering information, and the Bureau was duty-bound to honor that commitment. And the letter went on to make clear with an intimidating force the fact that Steve was the father of one of the victims gave him no dispensation from the legal consequences that accompany tampering with a government witness. So he was like going to go out and talk to this guy, which you can't blame him.
Do we know who it is?
No, we don't know who it is. He's never put the name out. But he apparently found the guy somehow and must have had the right person for the FBI to get in touch with him and be like, you can't do it. Tech Death, how are you? Hey, S1, how are you?
Wow.
Maybe it's because I'm not feeling well, but I'm not following. Who was he? Was it somebody he thought actually did it, or what?
No, he was convinced that they had an informant that they were protecting.
Oh, okay.
And he was going to find out who this informant was because he wanted to go talk to them, have a heart-to-heart with them.
Oh, find out what they knew.
Yeah, and see if he could find out what actually happened that night. Because like I said, his main thing is, from what I understand from this article, he's wanting to know why this happened. Why
Sure.
These kids, why this house, what is the reason why? And he was hoping that this informant could give him that information. Well, apparently the informant found out about it. I don't know if maybe Steve probably reached out to him or something. The informant calls the
Or
tip
her.
line. Yes. And FBI sends Shannon Gray, which is the Gonzalez family's attorney, sent him a letter and told him, you can't do it. You can't go talk with this person.
You know what? I suspect, this is just, I don't know why, but I suspect that this informant is a family member of Bryan Kohberger's.
You know what? I was just about to say the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
His sister has been
I
rumored
agree.
to have done a few things.
Yeah.
So she would probably be the likely candidate, I would think, if that's
Wow,
the case.
that is so interesting.
Yeah, that's literally like, it's almost like I'm hearing,
But
you know what I
would
mean?
his
Yeah.
sister be a
Yes.
I
secret
agree.
informant?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Uh-huh.
How would the sister have all this information?
Yeah.
And she lives in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
He told her.
And wasn't
Or-
the rumor of the informant about some kind of ongoing investigation
See, to me, it sounds more
before
like
this happened? I mean, somebody correct me here, Debbie Riddler. When they mentioned a possible informant, it was in relation to an ongoing investigation before this thing happened. Maybe I heard. I don't know.
Okay, so Loaded Hot does make a good point. He says the informant is referred to as him, and it does say that in an article. After some digging, he grew convinced that he had the informant in his sights, talking about Mr. Gonzalez. He was preparing
Okay.
to reach out to this individual to get right in his face and confront him.
Are you
And-
reading that off of the article right now? I'm trying to find
Yes. Yeah, that's what I just had pulled up, and it's all the way close to It's right above the last picture that is in the article.
And it said that they found the informant came forward through a tip.
Now I think
Yes.
Steve had
Hmm.
kind of done a dive into it and kind of narrowed down to who he thought it was, and
Well, it can't be the sister then.
figured it out. But I don't know. I just don't see it being his sister. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could
It
be.
says here that the witness had originally reached out to the authorities through a tip line that promised to protect the identities of anyone volunteering information, and the Bureau was duty bound to honor that commitment. And so when the witness got in touch with the authorities, then the FBI sent the letter to Shannon Gray.
And
Okay,
What
hold
if
on.
how he
Hold on a
handled,
second. Hold on. We got the word witness. I thought there was only 2 witnesses to this crime.
Let me go back. Well,
Yeah.
it says the witness had originally reached out to the authorities through a tip line that promised to protect the identities of anyone volunteering information.
What if
Okay.
it's
That's how
his dad? What if his dad seen him do something on the trip on the ride home? Maybe it's his dad.
Do you
it
think
could
his
be
dad
anything
would
now that I
turn?
think
Yeah,
about it.
I'm getting
Wow.
family. I'm not, because when I'm reading that paragraph, it says, and after doing some digging, he grew convinced that he had the informant in his sights, right?
Right? Yep.
But he's speaking about Steve, because if you read right above that, he says Steve was determined to talk to them.
Right.
He did not want to wait for the trial to get the knowledge he needed for his peace of mind. He needed relief now. And after some digging, he grew convinced that he had the informant in his sights.
Exactly.
Steve.
So it was
Oh,
Steve
Yeah.
who reached out to the informant, and
I
the
bet
dad
it's-
does make sense.
I bet
Right.
it's his dad.
Hey, can we talk dad to dad? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Very well
Yeah.
could
And if
be.
any
Wow.
indication how he handled Hunter Johnson was his name,
Yeah, Hunter Johnson.
and Jack DeCourt, he was, he was pretty thorough. Like I say, he asked
you
Jack
know
DeCourt
what?
to pull his shirt up,
Pull
showing
his
his
shirt
arms
up.
and his body. To look
I
for,
thought it was more than his shirt.
I'm just starting.
Well,
with his
that's
shirt.
just what it says in
But
this
I'm saying
article.
anybody does that's being pretty thorough, and I don't
Yeah.
blame him. He has every right.
Oh,
in my
I don't
opinion.
blame him either. I mean, that's the quickest way to find out, right?
But he
Yeah,
handled
and
Hunter Johnson and Jack DeCourt,
Yeah, because it
Yep.
said that Jack had came to their house after the incident, which I'm thinking later on that afternoon after he was done with his interview with police.
Yeah.
And Mr. Gonzalez was like, okay, I'm fixing to examine you. I want to see your body. They said that he pulled up his shirt sleeves, showed hands, both palms and the top part of his hand, showed his arms. I believe it said his neck. And then Mr. Gonzalez took pictures and said that those pictures could be exculpatory evidence later on.
Yeah,
And I'm guessing if they try to say that Jack did it, he would have the proof that he
Yeah.
didn't do it because there's no
Right.
scratches
when he
or anything like
interviewed
that.
Hunter Johnson, he was very stern with him too. But after he finished, they were so emotional they both
They
came to tears.
started crying. Yeah. And he said that Hunter Johnson was very straightforward and factual with him.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if maybe he spoke with someone who was on the grand jury.
He did have some information that came from the grand jury.
But it wasn't
but
the
I'm
way
trying
they're
to remember what
explaining
that
it in the
was. Information that
article.
he got from.
It was
people on
from
the
it was from a source that had
Yeah.
spoken, that had firsthand knowledge of the grand jury.
And I'm trying to remember what that was, Scarlett. Can you get to that part in the article? 'Cause I
Let me
forgot.
see if I can find it.
I got it wrote down in my notes.
While she's looking at that, I just want to say, Teacher Ed says Steve is a good investigator.
The grand jury, excuse me, confirmed he purchased the Dickies work uniform and the K-bar knife, and that they had a receipt for both.
Okay, yeah, that was the grand jury.
That was
part
what
of
he
it.
determined from. I heard something from a law enforcement source that was privy to the grand jury testimonies. The way they said that, maybe.
Oh, will be. I seen something today somewhere that said that they found that it was a Dickies jumpsuit that he purchased, and they have the store that they know what store he bought it from.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
from
it was from
Pullman's
Walmart.
and,
And
Walmart, Pullman Road in Washington. They know the day
And
he
that-
bought it.
That's listed
Wow.
on the inventory of the stuff that they seized as well.
Exactly.
Walmart
So
receipt.
if he used it, assuming he did the crime, let's assume he discarded it along with the weapon. Somewhere
So they-
along that route, he took that morning way around in the middle of nowhere.
They
Well, the
probably,
Put that chat, please.
they probably have the video footage of him in Walmart purchasing it then.
Very possibly, Avery.
Wow.
Well, let's go back to his informant here. There can only be two people who's got all this information. That has to be the grand jury and law enforcement. That's the only ones that can give him accurate information. Who else will give it? Because if it comes from anybody else, it's hearsay.
I'm
So-
cracking up because now instead of back to the K-bar, it's going to be back to the informant.
Back to the Walmart receipt.
Well,
I
Just
want to
the
see this
receipt of
dang
the-
receipt.
yeah, just the receipt of the K-bar and the Dickies outfit, neither of which we know where they're at now. Yes, I'm like you, Riddler. That hurts BK in a pretty big way.
Oh, yeah. It's a dagger. It's not
You know,
just a thorn in the side now. It's a dagger in the back.
Yeah, and even not having it is awful because that suggests that he got rid of it because he needed to. You know.
Well, that's going to be, look at OJ. They never found
Exactly.
knife
They'll
there.
both sides will spew it their way.
Exactly.
But in my opinion, it speaks against Kohberger pretty strongly.
But getting back to the informant, that can only be somebody who's law enforcement, grand jury, or works with them, like a stenographer over in the police department, the admin people who are doing the typing. It just can't be just someone off the street that's a friend of someone who worked at the Mad Creek or
I wish
one
you'd
of the friends.
talked to him and FBI wouldn't have backed him off. You'd know so much
Right.
more.
I need the link to this live in back chat if one of you can post it because I can't get to it from StreamYard. And I have somebody who wants to listen in. And I don't-
I'll do it. Just like I'll
Okay.
grab it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to catch up in all my chats. What? Oh, Big L's keyboard was flipping out. Okay, Avery, she just posted it in back chat. Thank you. I'm so good.
TT's asking about a receipt. If Boca doesn't have the receipt, it can happen, KK. But you know what receipt we're talking about? Somebody said something earlier down here too.
It was.
I can't
Walmart
believe you
receipt.
haven't seen the receipt. I may still have it. It will take some time looking.
The receipt for the Walmart or for the K-bar?
The actual receipt are they talking about, or are they talking about how it's listed
I
on the
don't
search
know.
warrant return?
Bofa doesn't know what they're talking about.
In the when they did the search warrant on his apartment, they had logged in the inventory a receipt.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that what
that's
it is? Okay.
Yeah, that
Well-
was the Walmart receipt, and it had wasn't it a Dickies tag or something with that receipt, and then there was a Marshall's
Yep.
receipt.
LJ, can you send that to Scarlett?
Yeah.
LJ saying they have the
He says
actual
that's
receipt.
that's in the articles where that's coming from, the $49.99.
Oh, I want to
Okay.
see the actual
Or
receipt.
the
So do
jumpsuit.
I.
The
That's what
coveralls.
everybody's asking for, the actual receipts of
Well,
all of
Because-
law
them.
enforcement. Let's say
Scarlett,
the
they just said in
information's
chat
true.
they have the actual receipt for $49.99. I don't know.
In the
Who said
article, they
that?
said that's what it cost.
LJ.
They didn't actually show a picture.
Hey
of
guys,
the
can we
receipt.
not talk over Scarlett? She needs, conserve energy. Okay, please.
Okay, I'm trying to find this comment. And Brett, you're very welcome.
You know what StreamYard needs? It needs a raise your hand button to talk.
What?
That would be awesome.
What?
You know, StreamYard, they need to have a raise your hand button
They
to
do.
talk.
For real. Like
Wouldn't
most
that be
of the
cool?
time, yeah, like most of the time I'll wait really. We're all trying,
I
right?
know.
To hold on to our thought until we get that space where we can start talking, and then right when we start talking somebody else does, so then we hold back, right?
Yeah.
And by the time we get a turn, we already forgot what we were going to say.
Exactly.
We need to quit Lady B with a shocker, so when somebody comes in when they shouldn't, she can shock them.
I can just button
That'd be fun.
Snap
as
'em.
heck.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wilby and Riddler both have very long pauses in between their sentences. So I'll
Sometimes.
think that they're done talking,
I know.
and then I'll be like, okay, it's my turn. And then as soon as I go, then they're finishing their sentence. And I'm like, man, that was a long ass pause.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know.
I studied speech communication in college, and when you do panels with more than 4, say 6, 7, it becomes more and more difficult, and it goes back to the host has to
We do a good job.
exert a stronger hold over everyone. It's difficult. It's a difficult process,
I am.
and I apologize.
Well, you know, Twitter has a raise your hand feature.
They do.
So StreamYard should have a raise your hand. Of course, my hand would always be up.
Okay, so LJ is not saying that he has, and I'm sorry, LJ, if you're a female, I do apologize, but that they're not saying that they have the actual receipt or have seen it, the receipt or whatever. What they're saying is that it's going to be part of the discovery and that only the state and the defense would have it. That's what they were saying.
I'll bet it looks a lot like a receipt.
I concur.
Yeah, I mean, they did say whenever they went and did the search warrant on his apartment, they found the Walmart receipt with the Dickies tag and then the Marshall's receipt. But I don't think there was anything attached with the Marshall's receipt, and they never did say what was bought from there.
And then you remember, was it you, Scarlett, that did a live on this early, right after that search return, where somebody here went to Walmart.com and found Dickies for the same price as what they're just saying right now in chat?
I did go to the Walmart website and pull up the coveralls, but I don't remember the price on them whenever I looked it up.
Nothing in Walmart ends with 99. Walmart ends in 96.
98.
98. 96.
Yeah, my Walmart ends with 98.
Really?
Mine does too.
Yeah, mine does too.
Well, mine's janky then, because everything's like $4.96, $5.96.
Your Walmart just wants to be different.
And guys, I'm just mainly worried about Scarlett right now, not having to use the extra energy. That's all I was talking about.
Oh,
You're
yeah, we
sweet, Lady V.
understand.
Shane, how are you? And Lady V, thank you.
But we also know that Scarlett will come in back chat and tell us all to shut the HE double hockey sticks up.
Kiki said y'all are gonna make me whip out my receipts. Yeah, I think I don't know about all Walmarts in Louisiana, but I know some of our Walmarts end in 98.
Okay, so here was the thing about the K-bar knife. And I went back and forth with this with my PI friend. And so he said that they have, the receipt. They have the actual receipt. And I'm like,
you're talking about for the knife and the sheath, right?
Yeah, for the K-bar knife.
Okay.
And I'm like, how do you know that? And he said, well, how do you think they got the ASIN number to put on the search warrant? And I'm like, how? And he says, from Bryan's email, from where he ordered it. And I'm like, okay, so that's why he's saying there's a receipt for the K-bar knife, because they got the ASIN number from his emails from where he ordered it.
Okay. And I'm looking up something now. I actually have the K-bar knife pulled up from Amazon right now. I'm just seeing if it has that number anywhere
Yeah, it does
on
have
here.
ASIN numbers for the knife and for the sheath.
I've got the
And
Was
coveralls for
that
$49.99.
and then it made sense to me because I was like, okay, well that would make sense because they couldn't just pull those numbers out of their butt. You know, they would have to have gotten them from somewhere. And he
Okay,
told me that they
so
got them.
it's on. I've got the keyboard. I'm just gonna pull it up. Oh shit, that's the wrong thing. I ain't trying to invite somebody. Give me a second. Okay.
Avery? Okay, Avery, was that the newest warrant that had those listed on there, or was that the one from the first one from?
That was the
I think it
first
was
one
March.
from Amazon.
I
Okay.
think so. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Amazon. This is the knife. This isn't the same number, I don't think, that they had on the search warrant. But you can get the ASIN number right here off of Amazon and the model number and all that. I'll have to go back
Yeah.
and look and see what the numbers was off the search warrant, but I don't think it was this one. Might have been.
Yeah. And so
I
what
just
he was telling me is that his point was how did they he was asking me, how do you think they got the ASIN number
Well, they could
to
have
put
just went to Amazon and got the number.
well no, because there's a ton of K-bar knives on Amazon and they had a specific number. And he said that they got it from Ryan's emails.
is that in the warrant you said, Avery?
Yeah, I'm going to the warrant now. I've got it pulled up.
Yeah,
I just
pull
got
it
to
up and I'll
find it.
pull Amazon.
Okay, so let me see.
I just dropped some $49.99 a link to the Dickies mechanic.
Oh no,
long
it is the
sleeve
same
thing.
number. Hold on. Wait, where is?
Let me get my pen.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the Amazon thing first again. Okay, so here's the ASIN number and the model number and all that. So
Can you read it, please? It's really tiny. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's B as in boy, 001, H as in Henry, 53, Q as in quilt, 6, M as in Mike.
It is it. Wow. Dang.
Okay, so let me exit off of that. And
You're right, Avery.
Here we go. And then here it is. Dear Lord, y'all, I'm just clicking on the wrong stuff trying to get this pulled up. And then here it is on the search warrant. B001H53Q6M. So there's the same ASIN number that they were looking for. So they could have very easily went to Amazon, found the K-bar knife that's the United States Marine Corps one, and then put that ASIN number in the search warrant.
But there's
or they got it from his digital history.
Well, yeah, they could have did that too.
That'd be more likely.
That's what I was told, is that they got it from his emails from when he ordered it. You know, you get the receipt when you make your order on Amazon, you get the receipt to your email. And that's what I was
But if
told.
they have the receipt showing that he bought it from his Amazon account, then let me go down and see what.
Well, let's look at it this way. If they're looking to pull your Amazon history and they get it from Amazon, it's going to say Joe purchased this ASN, purchased this ASIN, this ASIN. So they would refer to it as that.
And this one has
Amazon. When you pull someone's records on Amazon, you're not going to see like pictures of the shit they ordered. It's going to have just the ASIN number.
Numbers, yeah.
So I would say they pulled his Amazon history, and that ASIN was on there. They looked it up the same way we just did and went, holy shit, it's a K-bar knife. So put it in the warrant as it was on the history.
I need to write that sheet one down too real quick. Where did it go?
So the first one, the description of property that they got back is that ASIN number, but then there's K-bar full size Marine Corps fighting knife, and then another ASIN number for something else, and then KBAR 1217S, and then leather sheath, and then USMC logo. So they
Yeah,
got back 6 items on that warrant?
Who knows? We won't know until discovery. For sure.
Or is that, does anybody know if maybe that is the knife, items 1 and 2, and the sheath, items 3 and 4?
Well, I know
Yeah,
the place you
5
can
and
buy a
6?
K-bar and it comes with a sheath.
Yeah, it's 2 items. Debbie
Yes.
is
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
They
you
got
can
back
buy
in-
the knife and the sheet together, or you can buy just the sheet.
Yeah.
But I remember looking up this KBAR 1217S. I remember going through each one of those and looking them up. I don't remember exactly what it
Hi, Gigi.
showed.
Would this number be connected to a certain knife on?
Could you clarify? Deetra is wanting to know. Are they saying they found the knife?
No.
No, they never have found the knife. They found the sheet that they've seen, and then they're saying that they have a receipt showing where he bought it from Amazon, but they never have found the knife.
They have proof that he bought that like same knife and sheath, but they haven't found the actual one.
Yeah, the actual murder weapon.
No.
Yeah.
Brad,
And that's
And
how
we
we're-
don't know if they haven't found it actually.
I got it.
that is true too.
I got the knife.
All right, and Brad, I'm fixing to look up the second ASIN number because I
Did you
remember I
hear
looked
me?
that up as well, and I don't remember what it came up as.
I have the knife with the
What do you
ASIN number that matches.
Yeah, that's the one I just had pulled up on the screen.
Okay, I didn't see what. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
And Will B just put in back chat the Dickies 47899 $49.99 that matches what's on like the receipt.
See, we should
Okay,
be
gotcha.
paid. We should be paid investigators. Do you see this? What we just did
Hey,
right here?
Babs.
Damn, this
Williams,
is
how
like
are
a
you?
Michael Myers suit.
Yeah, it does.
What?
Okay,
I want to see.
so Brett,
It's in back chat.
Brett, the second ASIN number is for the knife sheath, the KBAR knife sheath with the United States Marine Corps, the insignia and all that on it.
Yep, that's it. Wow.
Yes, Brett. The first ASIN number is for the knife. The second one is for the sheath.
Yeah, I just.
Oh wow, that suit does look like a Michael Myers suit.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just coveralls.
Ooh,
All
that
it
just
is.
gave me chills.
Scarlett,
just
are
put a
you?
link
Did
in
you
back
see it?
chat to the-
Yeah. Show
No,
that
I
to
haven't.
me. That's
KBAR that
crazy.
matches.
Good Lord, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to.
I put a link in back chat to the one that matches the.
Okay, yeah, I'll pull it up in just a second. I'm trying to look at this KBAR 1217S.
And the ASIN number matches perfect.
Which is the same knife that I had pulled up a second ago.
Question, just out of curiosity. Is the AISN number the same period no matter where you order it from?
Yes. Each
That's what I
item,
thought.
if you read the wiki on it, it explains it really well. But every item on Amazon from each seller has an ASIN. So if Lady
Yes,
V
but
is
is
selling,
that
if you're selling one product that's the same product that I'm selling, they would have different ASIN numbers, but it would come back to
okay?
the same
So,
product.
so Walmart and Amazon are not going to have the same AISN.
No. Well, there's the SKU number, and then Amazon made their own ASIN number because they're taking in things from so many different retailers and then distributing it out.
Yeah.
So they have to know where
Okay.
it's coming from.
Where?
So
Oh,
they
I
made
got
their
you.
own number.
I just pulled another K-bar knife on Amazon, very similar, and it has a different ASIN. But the one I just put in back chat is the matching ASIN number to the K-bar.
So not only does it tell you what they ordered, it tells you where they ordered it from, what vendor.
Well, yeah, the vendor that's getting
Yeah.
paid for it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, this is from the brand K-bar, and they sold 500 in the past month, and it's $93.83. K-bar,
Okay, so-
full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife, straight.
Yeah,
And
and
real-
there's so many of those K-bar knives on Amazon with different ASIN numbers. 'Cause I looked at a ton of them.
Yeah, this
And
is the
so,
exact number.
yeah, and so
That's
I
what
was,
leads me to believe they got his digital footprint from Amazon, and Amazon referred
uh-huh,
to it as
It-
the ASIN.
It is the
Yeah.
first one that pulls up when you search.
probably because everybody and their grandma's been searching it.
Well, 500 last month, so it's
I don't ever want my clicks and recommendations to be warranted now after this
Oh.
case.
Good heavens, really, right?
Okay, so Riddler put in back chat that the ASIN stands for Amazon Standard Identification Number. It's a unique identifier of 10 letters and/or numbers for a product.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
wiki
the-
goes a little bit further to explain it if you want to take the time to read it.
I've
On
been saying that.
Wikipedia, I don't like Wikipedia.
I've been saying that for the longest time. If anything ever happens to me and Nancy Grace is reading out loud my Google history,
You're
y'all,
muffled. You're muffled.
no.
hold on a second.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, if anything ever happens
Scarlett,
to me,
here's another K-bar.
Okay,
that
wait,
is
hold on,
slightly
Wilby.
different.
Hold on, wait, Wilby, let Avery finish what she was saying while she's
I'm
not
sorry.
muffled.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Avery.
as I was saying, if anything ever happens to me and Nancy Grace is reading out my Google history to the whole world, y'all better step up and say she's a true crime enthusiast, and that's why her history is so wild. And
We're supposed to go against Nancy Grace.
yes, Scarlett,
I'll go against that bitch for you, Avery. I don't
Riddler
like
would love it. Riddler would love it. too.
Riddler, that would be the perfect chance for you
me
to
and,
get to
me and Riddler
question
tag team her ass.
Nancy Grace.
Yes, if I ever go missing and one of my friends, quote unquote, gets on somewhere talking about how they knew me and how I was a bright, shining woman who lit up the room when she walked in, you will know that person did not know me.
I will be like, I need to see the receipts, please.
I would say lit up the room like with the gas can.
Show me the
or-
receipts, man.
Scarlett, there is another K-bar knife that is slightly different. It has a serrated edge, but it has the same ASIN number as the first one. So,
Okay. I know there's a bunch of different ones. I know some of them have a black handle on them. Some of them have like the wood grain one on there. Some are serrated, some are not.
yeah,
Trying to
this
think
is
there
from
was
the
another
brand K-bar. So I don't, like I say, I don't know. It has the same ASIN number.
But they also did a warrant directly to the Kmart company as well.
Yes. And what was the other one? The Blue Ridge Knives, I believe it was. Is that the name of the other one? I gotta go find it now.
Yeah, Blue Ridge. And
So we know
eBay.
definitely, like, at first they didn't know for sure, where he might have gotten it. That's,
Yeah, because they had eBay on there, Blue Ridge.
So if they found that he actually did purchase a knife anywhere, then that means that the defense better cough up a knife, right?
And it better be pristine and not have any ever touched DNA on it.
Right.
Yep.
Scarlett, if you look at the last link I put in the back chat,
Uh-huh.
That's a K-bar knife. Take a look at it. It's got United States Marine Corps on it. It's only $25. And there's a reason why. But I want you to look at it first and tell me what's the difference between that K-bar knife and the one you saw on Amazon.
It's got a cheap sheath.
Exactly. Well, it's not
Yeah.
that. The whole thing is cheap.
Yeah.
Somebody has. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh wait, that's not even the right sheath. It doesn't have it. Or did they change the appearance of the sheath? Because this one here,
It's a
the
cheap
globe and all
copy.
that's not in the same spot as the ones on Amazon, is it?
And the sheath doesn't look leather. It looks like it's made out of pleather.
It don't look like it's in the same spot. I'll have to pull up the one on
Right.
Amazon again to look
Right.
because that don't
And
look
it's-
like the same one.
And it's a stainless steel knife. And that's what I was telling people. K-bar is the name of the company. They make all kinds of knives. And
Yeah.
they got an Air Force K-bar, which we never used. They were never issued to us when I was in the Air Force. We used Ontario rat knives. Now I think they're using Gerber knives.
Gerber.
Well, Gerber's
Hey,
Gerber's
Gerber's a good blade. Don't
Yeah,
laugh.
they
Yes,
make a
Yeah.
heck
real
of a blade.
yeah.
It just hit me wrong. I'm sorry.
I know you're probably thinking of the little baby food.
I
Gerber.
did, and
Baby
that's,
food.
that's in my mind immediately. I'm like Gerber. Oh God.
But
And
these
this
love
red,
my-
K-bar
I
knife
love
is
my Gerber.
huge. Pictures don't do it justice. It's a big knife.
right? That's a big knife. Is $25. It looks just like the real deal. The only difference is it's not made. I don't think it's got the Utica, New York written on it. And that knife is made of stainless steel, and it's not made of the carbon steel that you would get from a real K-bar
Which
knife.
is a big, big, big difference.
Yeah, especially
Well,
for sharpening.
The curve
Yeah, I
at the bottom of the sheet does not look like it's curved as much as the ones that you see on Amazon either.
Right.
I
So
think I think I told you before, Riddler, that I pulled out my dad's K-bar and I stood sideways in the mirror and put it next to me. And basically, if it were to go into me, it would almost go completely to my
Through
back.
and through.
It's
Not me.
I mean, it's not out of my back, and those girls were thinner than I am. So
Yeah, they're little.
yeah,
when Danny Rawlings hit that 8-year-old boy, the knife went all the way through him and hit the floor.
oh, good grief.
He had him down on the floor, and that's where it hit. And the detectives, that was the hardest part they had, and that was in Shreveport, Louisiana, before he came to Gainesville, Florida. But that knife, I'm telling you, that knife does not play around. You put any kind of force behind it, you're going to slice and you're going to stab whatever you want.
Yeah, it's definitely made to KILL.
Right, and it was used in World War II. It helped us win. I think it came out in 1942, somewhere in that era. They had to take some weight off of it. So a lot of people think that's a blood groove. That has nothing to do with the red fluid groove. That was to lighten it up and to strengthen the back of it. Now, they said the main reason they built that knife was to open boxes and open cans. It was a utility knife. Bull. That knife it's not as good as their trench knife, but that knife was for survival.
And the saddest part is in the beginning of all this, when I was privy to a little information, I was told that there were hilt mark bruises.
Yes, there was.
So, it went all
Okay,
the
I'm back.
way.
Yeah, it went all the way. He went all the way in.
Yeah, all the.
This
Okay,
one, yeah.
I'm just gonna pull this up. What I was talking about, Riddler, compared to the one that you showed on eBay. This is the one from Amazon, and it looks totally different than the one that you had just showed from eBay. Hey, Jeff H, how are you? The insignia and the stamps, the K-bar, the USMC, and all that looks completely different than what's on.
Right, but to someone who's not a K-bar expert, which I'm not, I was in a store and they go, K-bar knives on sale for $25.99. I'm like, man, where at? I'm going there. And I was in the store and I went down there and looked, and they had about 10 or 12 of them left. And I looked at it and said, that thing looks cheap already. And I mean, I could just pick it up and tell, and I said, I don't want this. Something's wrong. So yeah, the one you see on eBay, but you will see people. All right, you know how fishing lures have caught more fishermen than fish. That's the same way it is in the knife community. The handles will catch more people than the blade.
Mhm.
People will buy it because, boy, look how pretty this green blade is. It's a zombie. Or look at this orange blade or brown. They'll go by the color of the blade or some fancy little button instead of what the knife is really designed. You want to make sure that blade is carbon steel and hard. Save your money and just buy one good one.
Right.
And I would recommend everybody have a rescue knife in their vehicle. I didn't say a survival knife. I said a rescue knife. That's the one that'll cut the seatbelt and bust a window in case you had to get out. So many people in Florida will go off the side of the road in wet weather and they'll land in a retention pond and they won't survive. The car goes underwater and that's the end of it. But if they had a rescue knife, they could have cut the seatbelt off and they could hit the window and it'll crash down. Once pressure equalizes, they can swim right on out.
And you can buy them off of Amazon.
Exactly.
I,
I can
I
give
have
them as gifts.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
have the one that Adventures with Purpose was selling after Kylie Rodney for the window. Yeah, I have that one for the window, but I don't know if it cuts the
It
seatbelt.
should have. I think there's the one that you're talking about had the thing for the seatbelt and the window all in one, didn't it?
That must be what that little side piece is that goes along the side of it for the seatbelt, and then the end of it is for the window.
Oh.
But like, where do you keep it? I have it on my keychain, but what
I
if you
think that's where most of them were designed to be done with was on a keychain.
hmm
But I know it's good to have one in your car and then possibly one on your keychain as well. Just have an extra one somewhere in your car that you can easily grab and have it in your hand. Because on a keychain, which is a good spot, but then you still have to like get the keys out the ignition. Get your little tool out, get your seatbelt off of you, and all that.
Can you imagine trying to do all that while panicking? But well, it's just, how it is, Scarlett, because in Louisiana it's about the same as here in Alabama. But like all of our backcountry roads, especially the curvy ones, if you go off the road, you're probably going to land in a pond or
In a pond or
or
down
a
a very
creek.
steep hill that nobody's going to know that you're down because they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to see you from a road. Yeah.
Or a swamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we
That
have a
too.
ton of them here, so I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
I better order one of those, especially because sometimes my driving isn't the best.
Oh my God.
And the pummel of that blade of that K-bar, I'm
Uh-huh.
just bringing up what Jeff H brought up. You'll knock someone out or you'll red rum them if you hit them on the head right. That's solid, that end of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the butt of a gun. It's called the pummel. And it's very strong, it's very hard, and it's also taught in fighting as a last resort.
Yeah, it's designed for that.
That knife was designed for one thing, not what they said it was designed for.
Yeah.
Hey, before I hop down, have you guys heard about the case that happened here in Alabama last week, where allegedly it was a husband and wife who were divorcing, and the judge gave, or the husband filed for emergency custody of the kids, and
Wait, you're muffling again.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why it does that. It was doing that to you and Lady B. I don't understand that.
I think mine is because I moved back from the mic.
Oh, okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, it is for right now.
Okay. When I go press the echo cancellation, it goes back to normal. But yeah, I'm gonna hop down. But so there's a case that just happened And it was a husband and wife who were divorcing, and the husband applied for emergency custody of the kids.
Okay,
Allegedly,
wait, now you're breaking up.
oh my,
I got the part about the husband and the wife. Is that what you said?
oh, okay, I'll try one more time. Can I go?
Okay, now you're really muffled.
Uh-oh.
Whoever said "uh-oh" was perfectly fine though.
That was
That
her.
was me.
Okay, yeah, that sounded good. Hey, JC, how are you?
Am I okay now?
Yes.
Mm,
Okay. I'll try to say it really fast. Allegedly, the wife unalived the kids and unalived herself. But there's something really suspicious about the whole case.
Is there a link to a story about it?
Yeah, I put it in your Discord under other cases,
Okay.
other links. The husband, just within a week of this happening, already requested to go on Inside Edition and talk about it. No tears, no nothing. Like, no emotion. He couldn't look at the camera.
He asked to go on the show.
Yes, within a week.
Okay, that's fucked up.
who did?
Yes, the husband.
Hmm.
Supposedly, he went into the house to get the kids, and she had supposedly unalived the kids and then unalived herself by hanging. And and then within a week, he requested to go on Inside Edition to get his side of the story. No tears, no emotion, nothing. And something is wonky about the whole case.
I'll have to read up on that. Well, I'll watch the video that you posted
hmm
over there. I'll have to watch it.
Her name is Karen Johnson, I believe, and it's in Semmes, Semmes, Alabama.
Okay, I'm making myself a note to watch the video tonight when I'm done on here.
And I'm gonna hop down, but thanks for having me up, and I love you all, and I'm glad that I got to come up here, and I'm glad you're back live.
Yes, I'm happy that Jaden is home and is doing good.
Yes. But I'll be in chat if you listen.
Okay.
We'll continue to pray for you, Avery.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Same.
Okay.
Big hug, girl.
Let me get back into my other chat now. I got too many chats pulled up on screen. Okay. I think I'm situated now, y'all. All right, and it is showing that we only have 131 likes with 268 people in here.
Yeah, that's some lazy shit right there. Come on, guys. Don't lurk. You can lurk, but click. Then
Yeah,
lurk.
just hit the thumbs up.
Yep, then lurk.
All the
Likes,
lurkers are awesome
like.
people.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get a like spike going.
The lurkers are just as important as the ones who are in chat. All right, Jeff H., anytime you want to come up, you're more than welcome to.
And people should know that, if you're watching on your TV, that's not an excuse. Hit the up arrow and click over to the right to the little heart and click it.
Yeah, even whenever I'm watching on my other account that I have on my TV, I always hit the thumbs up.
And it benefits us more than the creator because it helps us. Is now just the more likes or more thumbs up, the more to the top the crime channels will go.
It makes it easier for everybody to find.
So I don't have to scroll all the way down to find something.
And for those who are not getting my notifications, tonight's my first night back in 3 nights, but I know some people tonight didn't get them, so y'all may have to click off the notifications, like turn it completely off and then turn it back on. I don't know what's up with YouTube and that.
Oh,
either.
You got to use it or lose it.
Huh?
You got to use it or lose it. When you disappear for a while, we stop getting your notifications.
Well, I was going to go live last night, but I've been battling a migraine for 3 days. And
I'm just teasing you, honey. I know you're
Troll,
not feeling good.
Troll has, poor thing. He
He's sick?
basically, he exhausted himself trying to take care of me for the last 2 weeks.
Oh.
So he's not feeling good either.
Well-being, I know about that. It's a ball and chain.
Yeah, because he was basically doing everything around here while I was sick because I never got up out the bed hardly. Hey, Rosie, how are you? And
We
then
know that, Riddler.
my headaches usually last 3 days. I'm on my 3rd day now. Hopefully by the time I wake up in the morning, it'll be gone. Okay. Let me get back over in my chat. And can y'all believe my chat has not switched off a live chat not one time tonight?
Not mine either. First time ever.
I know usually the last time I went live, it kept flipping off of it.
And mine always goes to top chat when I like move the box. If I if I touch the box that the chat is in, it goes straight to it. If I just type in it, it's fine. But
Jeff H, yeah, I should be live tomorrow or tomorrow night. I may start going live again at 10 o'clock. That's my time.
I liked it earlier a little bit.
For those of you who don't know, Jeff H has been the recipient of a lot of negative grief on YouTube, and he's a great guy.
But we're not going to mention that.
I'm not mentioning anything, but I'm just saying he's a great guy, and he would be a great addition to this community. He brings insightful things, and he's not argumentative. You know, he'll debate a point, but he's not anything but respectful and what have you. And
Jeff H has been in chat with us for, oh God, he's been in here for a while.
Well, anybody that's a friend of Jeff H is a friend of mine because I have the utmost respect for him.
Me as well.
He's a very cool dude.
And he works hard with photos and videos.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, y'all also keep TT and her family in your prayers as well. And Avery and her son Jaden. And Jeff H, we love you too. There was someone else that was in here earlier. Loaded Hot, keep them in your prayers. There was someone else, Sean, I don't remember who it was, that wasn't feeling good. Maybe I'll think of who it was. Just keep everybody in your prayers.
I'm telling you.
That's the best way to do it.
We need to just pray, period.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I know this, I hope this isn't political, but keep Israel
yes in your
prayers as well.
I don't know how that could possibly be considered political.
You have no idea.
And
well,
yes,
I do,
y'all
but I don't understand it.
Y'all keep Gigi's husband in your prayers as well, because I know he hasn't been doing good the last few days. But yeah, I've only heard some of the things that happened in Israel, but I haven't got to read into it yet. But I just know that
it's full. You don't even need to read into it. It's full blown war, and it's really bad.
Okay, I really did hear that there was several people over there that had passed away. I saw a guy, I can't remember his name, on Twitter. That was, where was he at?
A lot of civilians, a lot of elderly children, very poor mistreatment of civilians, and a lot.
Oh dear God! There's
really
a
bad.
video of a German woman who was a tourist. She was attending the Festival for Peace, and you don't want to see that video of what.
Yeah, I don't suggest watching any of the stuff that's come out today, unless it's a huge trigger warning right now.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I've heard some things that
the Bible says those who bless Israel shall be blessed, and those who curse Israel shall be cursed. If you're a believer of the good book, and
I have always been told that.
And we better have their backs.
I know the guy, I can't remember what his name is, but he had posted on Twitter today. He was in Tel Aviv, and I guess was going to the airport to go to another country or whatever. He was over there on vacation, and he said all of a sudden sirens started going up, and they had to go underground, and they could hear stuff going off above
Yeah.
ground. Y'all
There
know
were
what I'm talking about.
3,000 rockets thrown into Israel.
Israel's one of the few countries that I would volunteer to fight for right now. Even though I'm a retired veteran from the United States, if I saw where they really needed my assistance, I would head over there and fight for them. And I'm not Israeli.
You're
I'm
a
not
good man,
Jewish.
Riddler.
I'm not Jewish. Matter of fact, I'm Arab American, and I would fight for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so be sure to keep that whole country in your prayers. Honestly, when I don't go live at night and I'm off for several days at a time, I never even go to YouTube. Only thing I'll do as far as any type of social media is I'll get on Discord. I don't go to Twitter. I don't go to anything. So I don't know what's happening in the world because I don't go to anything. Hey, Tonka.
I check the stock market. That's about it.
Yeah, I didn't even know that this was going on in Israel till people were talking about it in Discord earlier today. I had no idea until then.
Yeah, it's a scary deal because our country's stretched pretty thin right now.
Yeah.
We're taking up for a lot of other people.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
I was just telling everybody, to pray for all the different people, and they were talking about, pray for Israel and the people over there and
Oh yeah, that's bad.
everything.
They've cut our military, the personnel, so far down that if something major happens, especially 2 theaters, we can't fight them.
We're already in 2 right now.
Do you guys know? I'm just going to say this real quick. Oil is set on the American currency through Arabia.
OPEC sets the price of oil.
I'm just saying how
It's based on the
we
dollar,
have
though.
always been with Israel, always backed them up, said we would, and now that we got I'm worried about what kind of decision people are going to make in this situation. That's all I'm saying.
First time ever, a couple of administrations ago, and I'm not pointing fingers, we started making decisions that weren't so pro-Israel. And
yeah, it puts
I'm
us in the
telling
middle
you,
of the two. That's
the
all
book
I'm going
tells
to say.
you.
I'm not going any farther.
Hold on, JT. I'm grabbing it for you. I almost put the wrong link and sent it to you.
I'm gonna jump down, but I'm just gonna say, yeah, I think it's time to just pray. Period.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take care, Big Al.
Y'all have a great night. Thanks
God
for having
bless
me,
you.
Scarlett. I hope you feel better.
Oh,
Good
you're
night,
welcome.
Big
Thanks for
Al.
coming up.
Are
God
y'all
bless
open
you too,
tomorrow,
brother.
Al?
Absolutely. I got a football game to get ready for in the morning.
9:30 here.
We're the afternoon game, but I'm doing Italian sausages and hot dogs and
Ooh,
all
I
kinds of
wish I was there.
concession stuff.
Jaguars been in England for or London 2 weeks in a row.
Oh,
They just
jeez.
stayed over there.
I'm
Well,
just
hopefully
going
they
to
didn't
sleep
leave
all day
the stadium.
tomorrow. I ain't
That's
worried
not
about no
very
football.
safe there either. All right, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good
Good
night.
night,
Thanks for
Big
coming
Al.
up. Princess
JC.
Megan, how are you? JC, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Hi, JC.
Hi.
Hello, JC.
Hello.
Dang, Jeff H. said, heard a recent story of a guy attacked by a bear. He fought back with a K-bar, found the bear dead a short distance away. It kept coming back to attack until it did. Was the guy okay, though, Jeff H.? Like, how did he make out in
Hey, JC.
that situation?
If a bear
JC,
gets
are
you
you
with his
still up here?
claws, it's like getting cut with a knife.
Wait, where did JC go?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. I thought you had gotten knocked
I've heard a
off.
couple stories where guys have fought off a bear with a knife, but I tell you, bears are tough. That's one of the
Yeah,
toughest
their
animals in
claws are
North
like
America.
Their claws are like knives. I mean, they'll slice right through you.
Oh, their hands are twice, their paws, whatever you want to call it, is twice the size of two of ours.
Yeah.
They're strong, and I've seen them push logs that 4 men couldn't push.
They're super cute, but very dangerous. And I've seen on the Facebook a couple of days ago where they're starting to get more bear sightings in Louisiana now.
Scarlett, we have seen bears where I live in North Carolina in the last 2 or 3 years, literally every 2 to 3 weeks in our town. Bears have never, and I mean never, been in this area of North Carolina. We had one walk out behind our house and across the road about less than a year ago.
They were, I think they banned bear hunting in Florida. And when they capture a bear here, they take it up to Georgia in the Okefenokee swamp and turn it loose. And their hunters are right there waiting on it. And they take the bear out.
Yeah. We've never had bears here. I mean, I can't even stress that enough.
I've always heard that we had them in Louisiana, but I've never seen one my own self. But we were always told growing up the ones we had here were like this, they called them sugar bears. They're not very big. Yeah. But the ones that they've been seeing that they're catching going into towns now, like inside the city limits, have been smaller black bears.
Yeah, in North Carolina, we've had bears in the western part of the state, up near the mountains. But throughout history, they just don't exist in this area. And I'm telling you, they spot one once a month at least.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Well, on the East Coast, you got black bears, but the grizzly's the big boy on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And they're all like more up north too, right?
Right. They're more, well, they're California, Northern California, I would guess, but they're more Montana, that area. And the grizzly bear is probably the strongest of all. And then the polar bear would come in. Mm-hmm. That would be more of Alaska and up in that area. But down here in the southeast, we got the black bear. And you're probably talking about, I mean, 200 to 300 pounds is a big bear for around here.
Right.
Whereas that grizzly, he gets up there. I mean, you see him in those national parks out there eating fish.
Yeah, they eat the salmon when they come up to their spawn every year.
Right.
Yeah, like my family lives not very far from Yellowstone, so I mean, I grew up going through Yellowstone and seeing all the bears and stuff, and my family was camping one time, and literally a grizzly came within 20 yards of them. Yeah. I mean, my family has several bear experiences, and then we were camping in, I don't know if it was Idaho or, I think we were in Idaho one summer, and my mom, my sister, and I were like in the hot tub on the back porch, and my grandpa was like laying down on the couch in the living room, and he woke up, or he like sat up, and he's like, oh my God, there's a bear on the porch. So we were in the back of the cabin in the hot tub, and there was a bear on the porch at the front of the house.
Oh.
Have you guys ever heard the documentary about the guy who went to Alaska every year and lived amongst the bears, and he would have video, hey, little bear, and blah, blah. Well, the one year that they had a drought and the water wasn't high enough in the rivers where the salmon came up to spawn, and that they gorge on right before winter and they go into hibernation, that one year the bears were not able to get to the salmon to feed up and fatten up for the hibernation, and that's why they basically eat that guy that year.
Oh, yeah.
They've been friends with him for several years. That year he didn't understand the drought, and he got eaten.
Yeah, he gave them all names. I said, man, they're going to get you one day.
It's Frankie the Fox. And,
yeah, he had all different names.
Billy the Bear.
But the black bear is the one that can climb a tree, and I mean, he'll go up quick up that tree.
Yeah, they can hunt country.
Now the grizzly bear, his claws can't hold his weight going up a tree, but the black bear can go up a tree. And there's hunters who have tree stands sitting up there, and the black bear goes up there. And I had a friend of mine. He came down from a tree in Maine, and he's putting all of his stuff away, and he's out hunting bear. And about that time, a baby bear runs right by his foot and goes up the tree.
Yeah.
And now he's between the mama and the baby bear.
Oh, good.
And the mama bear is smacking her lips and pounding the ground, which means you're getting ready to be attacked. And he shined a light on the baby bear to let her know that it was okay. And fortunately, the baby bear then came down out of the tree and ran back to the mama, and they ran off. Otherwise, he wouldn't be around telling me the story.
Y'all, I would have a fit if I'm in a tree stand and a bear's coming up my tree. For real.
Yeah, I agree with you, but hopefully you got a rifle with you.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
on my luck, I'd be up there with just binoculars to looking at birds.
That's when I'd be doing what they say bears do in the woods. That's when I'd be doing it in the woods if I was a bear coming up the tree after me.
Yes, Sally Mae, we are off topic. We just can't help
They're
ourselves.
normally not aggressive for the most part, but.
All right, back to the Walmart receipt or the Amazon receipt.
A deep dive on Linda Road, Linda Lane. Lip reading of the Grubhub video.
Yeah, that would be awesome if we had someone who could read lips that could tell us everything that's being said from all those different people.
Yeah. I saw a video where they thought they were reading lips, but it was kind of comical, some of the stuff they were saying people said, but they could not read lips. They were just...
Yeah. I would have to learn how to read lips myself, and that way I would know that it was being done right before I trusted anybody else.
Like trusting a Russian interpreter, and somebody's doing an interpreter for some politician, and he's making up stuff that's not really true that's being said.
A pressure drop. Are you from Scotland? Cricket Moon said, if aliens invaded our habitat, would they be shocked if we snacked on their pets to survive?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right, let me go through this article. I just want to make sure that I've got everything that I wanted to talk about on it. I don't think this article was as long as what his other ones are, though.
Well, I think Mr. Gonsalves is an honest man. I think he shoots from the hip. I know he's I guess he's a hard worker, work hard, earn hard, play hard, that type guy.
Right.
And that's why he's asking all these questions, and he wants them right now.
And
yeah, it's unfortunate you wait over a year before you can get any kind of answers. Now it may be another 6 months where you can get all the answers.
Yeah. I will be so happy when I see that document drop that says when they're going to have this trial, with the date, the time, everything on it.
Oh, me too. When they have the jury selection, and now we're going to have the trial. And I'm hoping, I don't want to get into the debate about it, I'm hoping they'll have television coverage. If it's just the witness chair they show. I don't care about seeing anything else. All I want to see is the witness. I just want to see it live and hear it live. And let me pretend I'm on the jury.
Yep.
And see what I come up with. And I want to see what the state has. I want to see what Ann's going to counter back with. I definitely want to hear those two witnesses.
I think that's going to be my main thing. Listening to Bethany and Dylan, hearing how the state presents their case, hearing what Ann, like you said, what she has to come back with. But my main thing is those 8 hours.
And the 911 call.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And all the surprises we're going to find.
Oh yeah, because there's probably gonna be some stuff that we haven't even discussed come out.
And I'm trying to think of a case where they did not release the 911 call. I'm sure they're out there. I just can't recall of any right now.
Yeah.
Unless the two girls are screaming while, a guy's calling or whoever made the 911 call.
I mean, and it could have graphic information on it.
Yeah, it could have profanity. It could have graphic information.
Yeah.
But just put the warnings out. Like,
Yeah. Because I mean, even if they would have put it out and it had like super graphic stuff on it, I probably wouldn't have played it on my channel.
Yeah.
Not if it's going into graphic detail about the victim.
And it's very relevant with the 8 hour gap.
Yeah.
I don't see there's any way they can the judge could keep it from coming into testimony or into evidence.
Hey, Boomer girl. And I want to know what was in that living room that they were taking pictures of and stepping over and all that.
Yeah, that was weird.
I mean, obviously there was something there, though, because they're taking pictures of it. They're walking around it, all looking down in that little, what looked like to us, a small area there. And they were getting swabs. Like, we clearly saw the woman take the swab out and bend down with it in her hand. So there has to be something there. We just don't know what it is.
Genetic evidence, BLOOD.
It's that's what I'm thinking, that maybe something between Zanna, Ethan, and the person started there and it ended in her room. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I think, yeah.
I could be wrong, but something had to have been there. Unless it's a footprint, maybe, with the red stuff on it, and maybe they were swabbing it to see who's that belonged to. I don't know, because I would like to hear more about the footprint in front of Dylan's door also.
It could be the entrance to the tunnel.
And I want to know what the DoorDash driver, if he saw or didn't see anything, or I just went up there, dropped the thing down, took a picture of it, and walked off. And
yeah.
And did he see Zanna come to the door as he's driving off, or?
Yeah, because they're too close in time they had to almost cross paths. I mean,
I'm telling you, I've never seen so many coincidences as we see in this case. Just start from the very beginning to the end. There's just too many things that are alike going on, or too many things that make you go, or boom. But there's things in there, I mean, well, you heard it. They're going to get you for that. Wow, what'd you tell them? I told them everything.
Yeah, I would like to know what everything is.
Right. So, and don't tell me what you went and told Mr. Because I know how kids are, they'll hide stuff. I'm not going to tell the parents what it was really might have been said, or maybe it is nothing. We don't know. That's what we like to find out. And are they going to bring all them Jacks into court?
I would think Jack DeCore for sure. I would think Hoodie Guy for sure. Who was the other Jack? Wasn't there another Jack?
I think you would have to eliminate anybody that people might have considered a possible.
I know there was another Jack. There was like 3 or 4 of them, wasn't it? Now I can't remember the other ones.
Because I'm sure the prosecutor will build this up like you saw them at the corner club. Let's say they're talking to Adam. Were they having a good time? Did it look like anybody was harassing them? Did you notice any strange individuals in there following them or anything? I'm sure that's going to be brought up, and then they're going to ask Jack, Hoodie Guy, why you were walking with them, then yet they get on another vehicle, then you bolted another way.
how many days are they going to spend on the grub truck video?
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about.
Forever. I mean, it might be days going over that.
And then wait till we get into the electronics and technology.
The cast.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That and cell phones, internet, and then we got to go over everything that he went over on his laptop or whatever he has, whatever the computer device he has that he used to order.
There's
to
going to be
order
a
a
lot
knife
of.
and a dickie. Bought a dickie, and
Mhm.
evidently he didn't pay cash for it. He must have went and paid with a credit card or debit card.
Riddler, I've done a deep dive on the cell tower and pinging and locating people. I mean, I've looked in every nook and corner and cranny place on internet, YouTube, what have you. I just don't think they are as accurate as they claim.
Yeah, and then we're gonna get that lady. I know she's coming back again.
Vargas.
Miss Vargas, yes.
Boomer girl, that is true. So Maddie's boyfriend Jake will also be a witness. We know Dylan and Bethany will. I'm sure Hunter Johnson will because, it's been said that he's the one that found Ethan and him. And I think it was Vapor that had asked in chat earlier, has it ever been said if Hunter Johnson went upstairs and checked on Kaylee and Maddie? And I've always wondered that, like whenever he found Ethan and Zanna and then they called 911, did anybody go up and check on Kaylee?
Maddie and Kaylee.
Yeah, I mean, did anybody? Because they haven't came down the stairs to see what was going on and what, why Hunter's screaming, call 911 and all this and that. So I wonder, did anybody go up there and check on them?
They might have, they could have thought, hey, they're probably sound asleep. Just
Jeff H., I haven't listened to any of the book about While Idaho Slept. I would like to get it, but read it. I think did Avery say she was going to buy a book, or did she listen to it?
I wonder if he thinks it's any good. Jeff H., do you think the book's any good?
He said he heard some of the audiobook.
And is it Tonka or Tanka?
Tonka?
Okay, Tonka. That's a question I asked on day one. Were the doors locked?
That is a good question.
My bedroom doors stay locked.
Always.
Even when I leave the house, I put the key in, lock them.
Yeah.
And I lock my, when I come back in, I open it. When I go to sleep at night, they're locked.
Always.
And they even got a latch that goes over so they can't turn the key from the outside if they want to use a bump key.
Mm-hmm.
And I got this other little gadget that I've got on the door. They'll have to kick the door in. By then, I'll be locked and loaded.
Yes, that's the way I look at it, Riddler. And I never can understand people that don't do that, because in the event you were at home, asleep, or just relaxing, watching TV, laying in bed or something, that time you have before you realize something's going on, and if your door's locked, you'll have that time. You can protect yourself, but without it, somebody can walk right up on you. You're either asleep, or even if you're not, even if you had a weapon, you might not have time to react.
Exactly.
I always lock mine, no matter what.
The guy I graduated with, he was one of the detectives on the Gainesville Ripper case, and he was telling me during the thing, he says they're not sure if Danny broke in the house and hid under the beds, waited for him to come home. That was on the last two, or if he went up in the attic and stayed and then eased his way down, or if he was behind a door waiting on them. So from that point on the bed, I said, boy, I never thought about that. Guess who went and put locks on their doors? Me.
Hey guys,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go on to bed.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. I know I haven't
Night.
contributed as much as normal, but it was nice to hang and just mainly listen tonight. I am fighting a headache, so
Oh, I hope you get feeling better.
yeah, I'll be all right. You guys have a great night.
All right, you
night,
too.
Bye, everybody. Bye, chat. Good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Aswin. Okay, I know what you're talking about, but I think he said that after Maddie said she told Adam everything. So I wonder who they are. Like, who is he talking about? Apparently, he would know. I think it's more to it than Maddie told Adam everything about Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack. I think there was more to it. Just don't know exactly what it was.
Well, the two words there that everybody wants to know, especially if you're an investigator, who is they and what is everything?
Mm-hmm. Jeff H. said he would love to know if the kitchen sliding glass door lock works. Didn't they take the lock out of that door, law enforcement?
Sliding glass doors are easy to get into if you don't have one of those bars that goes in the slide.
Into the trap?
You can just shake them and the locks are about useless.
Yeah, even if you got a pin that you can put in between the two frames of them to keep them from sliding from the inside, that's a little bit of help. But you can lift them right off their track with a shovel.
Exactly.
I want to say, though, that there was a picture floating around. Somebody got like a zoomed in picture of the slide glass door where the lock should be, and it wasn't in the door.
I thought I read somewhere a while ago where somebody said something about the locks being took down by law enforcement. Maybe I did.
That might have been the one I'm thinking about at the back sliding door. I don't know why they would have taken it out.
Now, show you type of guy, and if I was the landlord, I'd be checking that house about every week or 2 weeks, inspecting it, especially with college kids living in it.
Mm-hmm.
There'd be better locks on that place. And I understand they gave everybody the passcode so they could come in, but I would have lights out front that lit up, infrared lights. When you walked up to it, they bright. I mean, it's so good you can read the New York Times out there, the stock market.
Yeah, because I mean, you know how college kids are. You know, when they have parties at their houses, all these other college kids that are there drinking, they could care less if they break a lock or anything else. And so, yeah, I agree. The landlord should always keep up with stuff like that.
It should almost be, they require you to have CO2 detectors and, fire.
Smoke detectors.
Smoke detectors. In a situation like that, it almost should be local ordinance that you have a security system of some level that's required.
Let me go to Jeff H's channel real quick. He says he has that picture on his community page. And I'm dropping Jeff H's link in the chat. So if y'all are not subbed up to him, please do so.
I have a question.
Okay.
You guys have heard something about one of the girls looking out the door and seeing somebody naked or whatever. Are we thinking that's where BK left and started to take his Dickies coverall off, or so? I don't know. I'm just asking. Have you heard that, and where did it come from, and could it have come from that?
Okay, so the only thing that I've heard as far as the naked guy was that there was an article that came out not long after another article came out saying that BK was identifying himself as a woman now, and he wanted to be moved to a women's prison. and all this and that, and then he wasn't supposed to be in prison with men, but yet he's not in prison yet. So that article was a joke. Well, then this other article came out saying that Bethany saw a naked man running through the house. And I'm calling that article a joke as well.
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know if I'm probably incorrect. I was thinking it was she looked out the window and saw that, but I could be wrong.
No,
Well,
you're right.
that's been
You're
a
right,
rumor.
Will B. It's a rumor.
It is.
It is a rumor.
Yeah.
See, that's why I
Yeah.
ask these things. You know, I asked you something the other day about something and asked if I'd missed it, and obviously I had.
Okay, Jeff H., is this the picture that you were talking about that I have pulled up here? Let me make it bigger. I don't know if I can zoom it in anymore.
And that is the kind of sliding glass door you can just shake and get them loose.
Okay, so see, it doesn't have the lock in it. So I'm wondering if they took it out. I don't know why they would have taken the lock out, though.
DNA, maybe see if any touch DNA got inside the locking mechanism. I don't know. That's just a pure guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because there is, I think I just saw it. So that's what a lock for a sliding glass door would look like. And then because there's no lock in it, they had to put the bar stools
Yeah.
in there.
Was that after Ellie had opened those doors or before? No, it's after because there's a table on.
Yeah. Because the picture that was taken of the cop standing in the back door with it open, it didn't have the tape on it yet.
Right.
So yeah.
Now, is this the picture you were talking about? They were standing over something?
No, this is at the back sliding door. There's a
Okay.
video that was done from outside of the house at the front, and they were filming through the living room window. And they were in the living room, kind of circled around whatever it was that was on the floor.
Well, did the young ladies, did they put the bar stool down before all this event happened? Did they put that down every night before they went to bed?
That's why I was asking if it was
Or is it,
Ellie.
yeah, or
I
is
don't
it
know.
just left like that? Or is that something there that only the police did to keep people out?
Or the owner of the property after the
Because
scene
I
was-
haven't seen any pictures as far as like that came from the girls themselves, like on social media and stuff like that, that showed those bar stools like
Yeah,
that.
because I've been trying to find that out since the beginning of this thing.
So maybe Ellie took the lockout. I don't know. Hopefully that'll be another thing that comes out in the trial.
Yeah, bottom line, there was little or no security, from the people that lived there. That's just, the way
Yeah.
college kids kind of think. And even if they did have, say, a punch pad entry, it would have been a small amount of time before everybody and their brother knew the number.
Oh yeah, because
Hey, I won't be over there before you get out of class. The number's this. Go ahead and go in the living room. Blah blah blah.
yeah. So there ain't no telling who all had that number. I don't know. I will be glad when they come out with a date for this trial. And I know that they did. I did see the other day, and I think I updated it on my list that I had on Discord. But Adam Montgomery's trial has been rescheduled for February the 6th. That's when the jury selection starts.
Another thing I kind of find odd is, do you remember they were talking about the night before they had a party with over 150 people, or 100 to 150 people?
Yeah,
we
that
hear
was
nothing about that.
no, and that was that Friday.
not seem
That
odd?
Friday night.
It was the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We don't see any
My
pictures.
goodness, where would you put 100 people out in that house?
I
Well,
don't
you
know,
figure
man.
75, 100 of them are outside, and
Probably out
10
at
or
the
20
back
inside. I don't
patio.
know. But you don't even see any pictures.
No, there's
Yes.
pictures of the party on some of the girls' social media
Okay,
because there's some of Dylan and a couple of other girls that's taking pictures in front of that pink picture that's in the living room
Okay.
next to the wall where the Good Vibe sign is. And you can see in the background there's a boy that's walking out of Zanna's bedroom and has a bottle of liquor in his hand. So there's several pictures from
Yeah.
that night.
It's just kind of funny. Like I say, we don't hear
Yeah, it is.
very
I
much about
will
it.
be. I mean,
Excuse
because
me?
think of all the DNA. I said I agree with you. Will be. Think of all the DNA and all the. Oh my gosh. All the footprints, all the fingerprints. Oh my gosh, that's
And I
just
mean, from
mind-boggling.
an investigation standpoint, you would want to look at all those pictures, identify these people, see if there's somebody that's not normally at the party, and you would have to almost, make sure nobody there that night.
Well, see, that's what I
Yeah.
want to know.
To eliminate.
I want to know where that unidentified DNA came from.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not worried about the one outside on the glove.
No.
I want to know about the inside. So that would make 2, I guess, unidentified DNA inside the house.
Right, and where?
If you tell me it's inside the refrigerator, I'm going to say, okay, no problem. But if you sit there and tell me it's on the nice sheet.
Yeah, and see, they left that question kind of open because they say in the house where the victims were located. Okay.
Yeah.
That can go 2 different ways. We get in the house where the victims were located because, they were located in the house. But are you saying in the house in one of the bedrooms where the victims were located, or just the whole house itself on the inside where the victims were located?
That's kind of vague.
Yeah, it's a very open question or open statement, I should say, not a question. Yeah, on how they put it. And I think they did that on purpose just so it wouldn't be more information than needed to be put out there, if that makes sense. So, Angie, yes, I'm doing better, thank you.
Because by the time we get to trial, to convict him with this mostly circumstantial, you're going to have to put all these boogeymen to rest and show the jury these are not the boogeymen. This, eliminate some of these people.
Now, Ann's wanting to see the training records or some kind of records on some police officers. What's that about?
Oh, yeah.
There was one, I believe the document said that he had made a statement that he had training in dealing with trauma. I don't think it said trauma patients, trauma victims, I believe it's the words that she used. And she was basically wanting to know, like, what type of training have you had to deal with trauma victims? And I can't remember what the other one was and why she was wanting his.
Pressure drop? No, I don't think.
And we've never heard any more about the Brady Gigolo motion too, which basically kind of gives you the narrative that one of the law enforcement officers was not to be trusted,
hadn't heard nothing else about
not to
that.
be trusted. I mean, we don't know any more about that.
Yeah, nothing else has came out about that either.
They did screw up the doctor, the chiropractor.
Was it Dr. Moore? Was that his name?
When they interviewed whoever, they asked for a lawyer like 6, 8 times, I don't know, a bunch, and they kept on denying them a lawyer, and I mean, they screwed up. That's one case where law enforcement flat out screwed it up.
Yeah. Give me just a second. I'm just trying to catch up real quick in chat.
You know, and I don't like to bash law enforcement. It's a hard job, and they do the best they can. And somewhere like this, you know, this department didn't have any experience that prepared them for this type of case. And most law enforcement agencies wouldn't, in, you know, smaller towns or whatever.
But they were smart enough to call the FBI and the Idaho State Police in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People like to bash them, and I don't do that. For the most part, I think they did, you know, the best they could.
Well, I look at law enforcement like I look at the military. There's not enough of them.
Right.
And
Excuse me.
now, a lot of these, there's a lot of people get upset with the police because they're looking more military than they look like police officers. And
I'll chase you.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
my gosh, they've almost got tanks now.
Yeah, after the Iraq and Afghanistan theater, I mean, the military had so much equipment that they no longer needed, so they auctioned the stuff off. Our little town has this, I don't even know what you call it, a SWAT battle commando armored something vehicle that we need, like we need a hole in the head. But they bought it at an auction, and we have it now. And there's a lot of that all across the country where these police departments have bought these things at auction. And a lot of the equipment is, you know, great and helps them, but a lot of it's a little overkill. And
Well, after 9/11, Congress was going to give the FBI a whole bunch of money, and the local police department says, "Wow, we're the first to respond, not them." And they said, "You know what? You're right." So they gave they donated a lot of money. The federal government did especially to the big cities where something like that 9/11 happened.
Exactly.
And but you know, you look at their uniforms now. A lot of the policemen here, and it kind of makes sense. They've gotten out of the police normal uniform, and they've gone into military uniforms.
Yeah, tactical gear.
Yeah, tactical gear. That's what I want to call it. And cargo pants, you know, things like blousing the pants with boots. And the type vest they're wearing, there's the military vest with the pistols hanging off the vest in the front, those type things. And they're wearing even insignia, sergeant stripes. The chiefs are wearing general stars like they're Patton or MacArthur. And so there's people who are thinking, well, we're going to a military state now instead of my local police department that I once knew. But times have changed, and look at the weapons. I mean, my dad didn't have an AR-15 at the house, but my generation has them, and AK-47s and things like that.
Yeah. You don't show up at a gunfight with a knife.
No, you don't.
You got to be prepared, and you know, I guess over prepared is better than under.
Yeah, I was just about to say something, and it went completely off my brain, y'all. I don't even remember now what it was.
Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth for about 6 times, and you'll remember.
Probably not even
No,
then.
it works. It works. It's a
Not me.
More oxygen to the brain, your brain works more efficiently, and you will have a better chance.
No, I see that. It's just once it's gone, it's me, it's gone.
Yeah, I don't even. Oh my God, what was it? I was gonna say earlier, but this ain't what I forgot. But I do know when y'all were talking about, you know, that Moscow called in the state police and the FBI. Wasn't it said that as soon as they went in and found the victims, they called the state police?
I'm not sure, but I can imagine, and I don't know this for a fact, that, you know, the crime scene technicians who needed to process that crime scene with 4 unalived individuals and what we think it looked like. I can't imagine Moscow had a crime scene investigative unit that could possibly be experienced and prepared enough to handle that big a crime scene whatsoever.
No, they couldn't have.
And that's not a slap on them at all. It's just not something they had experience doing. If they had one unalive, it would be not normal. And to have 4, a mass.
Yeah, because you get there. See, the people that do it for a living, they know where to start and where to end. They know there's a sequence you got to go through.
Exactly, and it's textbook to them. I mean,
right, and they know the
ABC
protocol.
1, 2, 3.
Right, they know all the protocol, the whole works. And I'm sure they got a kit there where they can do fingerprinting and they could do some blood samples. But something that big, where you going to start at? We got to
4 victims in 2 different areas and maybe more, and different entry points. And I mean, there's just a multitude of things that make it way more difficult than your run-of-the-mill crime scene that they probably ever even thought about doing.
But can you see how hard it would be to get a guy like Bundy, back in the days when there was no cell phones, very few surveillance cameras? They weren't top notch. They weren't HD. And all these.
Yeah, you need luck somewhere along the line.
And today you'd be foolish to do it with especially where there's all the ring cameras.
That, phones, DNA. I mean, I don't see a crime you could commit and get away with it.
Well, back then, law enforcement didn't even communicate with each other.
Yeah, they weren't on a national network with each other. Sure weren't, but Lady V.
That's why so many SKs, before they would
got
tie
by
them
with it,
together from different jurisdictions, it would go on for years before they'd say, hey, this is the same MO used 12 times in 3 states and 14 different counties. But they wouldn't cooperate, so therefore they would never tie them together.
That's why the Golden State Killer went on so long.
Well, that's why they never found Bob Crane.
That's true.
His unaliver. And the look.
Who is Bob Crane?
He was the
Hogan's Hero.
Yeah, he was the star of Hogan's Heroes, and he was fixing He was fixing to make it big, but Hollywood was scared to take a risk on him because he was I'll put it this way, he was like a ladies' man, and every night he was with a different lady.
Exactly.
And he was going to go into the pornography business, which is you might as well say unorganized crime.
It's black.
Yes, it's a different market, and he was taking videos of him with these different girls having porn together, and he was going to sell them. And he had the top of the line cameras, speakers, the whole works. And then one night he's laying in bed, and somebody comes into his house, and you can see the pictures of him laying in bed, unalived, and all of his red fluid on him. They got pictures on the internet.
Yeah.
But he was like one of the biggest stars in the 70s, back when he had in the late 60s, I guess, or 70s, early 70s with Hogan's Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about World War II, and these guys are really, for lack of a better word, they're CIA agents. And they got captured on purpose, and they got an underground system.
It's funny.
It's real funny, the whole thing is.
I know nothing.
I see nothing. I know nothing.
Yeah, the guy with a little bitty one glass thing in his eye.
Yeah.
For eyeglasses, except he pinches it with his eyelid or whatever.
It's funny.
That's great.
Monocle and.
Yeah, how could you wear a monocle like that?
But anyway, he was assassinated by somebody. And back then, all they could tell you on blood was, well, the person that did it had B negative blood. And when you know, his best friend had that, and they got in an argument a couple nights before.
Yeah, they thought he did it, didn't they?
Right. They blamed it on this guy for 30 or 40 years, but just couldn't prove it. And finally, they got DNA out. And of course, Bob Crane's sons can't wait to hear it. And exonerated the guy. It says it's not him, it's somebody else.
I heard that, and they without convicting that guy, they convicted him in public opinion as bad as you can be.
Right, because he came into town that same day.
Yeah, and they had a little competitive thing about picking the women up they did, and they kind of got the seconds from Bob Crane. I don't mean to sound ugly or nothing, but so there was the thought that he was jealous that Bob had got some of the girls that he wanted or something. I don't know.
But anyway, it just goes to show you how science has come a long way, in the medical field and the science field has come a long way, where they can get this DNA down to the octillion.
That's not even a real number.
Yeah.
Did somebody say that?
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I'm looking at something on my phone.
It's a big one. I don't really try to comprehend it. I just know it's.
But I wish somebody would do one of these creators would do a story on Bob Crane. There's so many out there that are unsolved, that are cold cases.
Riddler, I haven't even got past Danny Rowland yet.
Oh, you've got to watch that. You've got to watch. It only takes 45 minutes to watch.
Wait, I can't learn everything about the case in 45 minutes.
Well, you'll learn a lot. Now, there's 2 different videos on it, and one's from one detective's view. And there's certain things they're unsure of, but it's all got the same angle on it. How he went in, how he unalived them, where he went. It's one of the most bizarre cases now when you look back over it.
Yeah.
It's like this one we're looking at now. Problem was they arrested the wrong guy.
Yeah, they got that wrong.
Yeah, they did.
They arrested a guy for hitting his mother and her grandmother. His grandmother said he didn't hit me, and their face was bruised. She said I fell down, and then they found out that the DNA. They said, just wait till that DNA comes back. And they took it to a grand jury, and the grand jury says there's not enough evidence. So it tells you they were out to get him on the 5 unalivings there in Gainesville.
Well, it's because he looked like he could have been one.
Well, they seen him once again.
He had all those scars on his face.
Well, he was real good with knives.
Mm-hmm.
He had plenty of them. He was seen at the apartments the girls were at. He got in a fight with people. He couldn't get along because he quit taking his lithium medicine.
Yep.
And he fit for them, and it was enough. When they said we got him, even though they got him for that other charge, they made it look like when they showed it on TV, they've had all of his knives laid out, and it was enough for Gainesville to go back where they could start having activities at night, homecoming football. You're talking about bringing in just $7 million to the stadium. University of Florida is a big school. It's one of the top 5 in money makers.
The swamp.
Right, and then when you go down there, I mean, all the who's graduated from Florida. Yeah. And that night they had that homecoming. The night before they call it Gator Growl. They got these movie stars coming in, and they've got comedians and actors and the whole works coming in. So it's a multi-million-dollar industry, college football in the South.
Have you guys seen the case here lately of the Los Angeles Dodger pitcher who was accused of assault of a girl he was dating?
Yeah.
And,
yes, I heard
they
about
found
that.
out she made all this stuff up, and they had pictures of her like with black eyes and everything. They finally found some photos she made the morning after this supposedly happened, laying in bed, that she did a selfie little video. Not a mark on this girl, and she had sent text out. This guy's the next one in my sights, and blah blah blah. She totally planned and did the whole thing, and she ruined this guy's career. He had to go to Japan to play baseball after this. Baseball banned him for about, I think, a year.
What the heck?
I mean, what she did was awful.
I'm a Dodger fan, so I followed it, and he says, Yeah, we've been dating, and I broke it off with her, so that's revenge. And he says she liked to have hard, wild intercourse. And he said, but I didn't get out that far. I didn't beat her and do all that. Well, the Dodgers took her side.
So did
And
baseball.
well, yeah, and they're going to because,
They have to. They have to err on the side.
well, yeah, they're going to err on the side of political correctness and the woke environment out there. The Dodgers are.
Oh yeah.
And
But-
but anyway, I'm like you. It ruined him. It ruined his career. It ruined his pay. He had to go to Japan to make a living, and then finally now I guess they're going to bring him back.
Yeah, and she should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And
It might have cost them a World Series title. He's an
he just
excellent
won the
pitcher.
Cy Young and signed the biggest free agent contract ever, and he didn't play. I don't even think a half season. And she blew it up with her fake thing. And they didn't allow that other video or that picture to be admitted in the proceedings or whatever till later than when they found it. And the text that she had sent where she basically told her friends, yeah, I'm targeting this guy and I'm going to get him.
All right,
Well-
y'all. Real quick. When I was asking people to pray for the different people, y'all add bullets in chat to your prayer list as well.
Oh my
Remember to
gosh,
keep-
back fusion. Ugh.
Let's see. Yeah, that
Ooh,
fusion is infected, so it has been a hard recovery. So yes,
Yeah, I
y'all
refuse to have that.
Yes,
Y'all,
absolutely.
keep her in your prayers. 'Cause I know that's got to be painful.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
They wanted to do it on me, and I wouldn't let them.
And another thing, real quick, I'm going to be ending it in like 5 minutes. So if y'all haven't hit that thumbs up, I see 155 likes. There's still 235 folks in here.
Come on, people. We'll have
So
to
we
get
need
out.
to get those likes
up.
Get out of
Five
the
minutes.
K-bar.
And also, my birthday is on October the 16th, which is not tomorrow, tomorrow now, Monday, but next Monday. So I will be live that night. If there's nothing major going on, we will just have kind of like a fun night, open the panel and all this and that. And Betty Jo's granddaughter is supposed to sing happy birthday, y'all. So y'all got to be here to hear that baby sing.
Scarlett, I'm a Scorpio as well.
Oh, I'm a Libra.
She's a
That's right,
Libra.
you're
Yeah.
Libra. I'm a
Yep.
Scorpio. I'm 29th of October.
Okay, so yeah, my 2 youngest kids are on Halloween.
Oh, that's so cool.
I can
I
remember
really.
love that.
That's why they're so bad, Lady V.
a birthday
I would
had
love
when I
that.
was
It's my favorite holiday.
a kid, and my grandmother was dressed up as a witch over a black kettle with dry ice, which made it look like
Smoking.
smoke was coming out of it. And I was probably about 10. And my mom put on a big show, but I remember my grandmother sitting at that thing like she was stirring it, and the dry ice would, like I say, make it look like it was smoking.
Wait, who just? Oh, Loaded Hot's birthday is October the 30th. You sure I'll write that down? I know Avery's is the 14th of October. Michelle, wish your son a happy belated birthday, please, from all of us.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Mom.
birthday.
My mother will be 89 in a couple of weeks.
Oh,
Our
wow.
mothers are the
Oh,
same
wow.
age. My mother will be 89 in January. That's crazy,
Isn't it? But
January
back to Moscow, Idaho. We'll make
Yeah.
a song about that. It'd be a punk
Yeah.
rock song. I just wish there was a little more evidence. I know you don't get to pick and choose, but if there was like, okay, we got Kohberger's, we got BK's red fluid on the doorknob. It's an open shut. I mean, the case is over now. He's done.
Or something in his computer hard drive where he searched, something like that. Just
I just wish there was something more than touch DNA,
yeah.
because not for me, but there's people in the jury who's going to look at that as trash DNA, and they're going to. I mean, they have a hard time here with it. I mean, it's so bad the military won't even use it in a court martial. Touch DNA, you can't use it in a military court.
I
Now,
just
maybe they've changed it since I've been out.
I just hope we don't have any hint of any impropriety on the prosecution. I want a clean, straight by the rules, transparent, everybody's rights respected trial.
And I'm wondering if
hanky-panky.
And I'm wondering if fans going to say, well, you got the bad guy in the house at let's say 425, 430, whatever. But you got my guy over here that on trial speeding off at 420. And when the jury hears something like that, what are they going to think?
Yeah.
And she's going to ask that detective that on that stand. Why do you say he was in the house at 430 or 425, whatever it is, but yet you're showing him speeding off at 420? And you got pictures of him over at, that's another thing I want to know, what all he bought at Albertsons. What he purchased there.
Exactly.
Did he get bleach?
His computer hard drive, in my imagination, somebody that, if you were thinking about doing that, there would have to be things you would look into. I don't know, maybe not, but that could be a treasure trove of information, or maybe nothing if he was smart enough not to use it.
Yeah, pressure drop. I believe he's guilty, but I don't know if they can prove it to a jury. I don't know if it's going to be that simple.
I think there's more people involved.
I agree.
Yeah. And there might be more than one weapon. And who's to say Kohberger didn't take a sheath and dropped it? So they'll go look for a K-bar, and then yet he used a different type knife, similar to a K-bar. There's 1,000 out there similar.
Mm-hmm.
Something similar to it, but yet threw that one there.
Yeah, this is not a guaranteed.
Yeah, it's not a slam dunk.
This trial could, he could be very well guilty, but be, not guilty by,
Well, the Casey Anthony trial proved everything to me. To me, that was slam dunk. They had everything they needed.
Yeah.
And that jury, I know they all wanted to write a book on why she was free, what the prosecution couldn't tell us. I don't know what the title of their story was going to be. But, I mean, what were they doing during the trial? Sleeping?
I'll never understand that trial.
Yeah, I'll never get that one.
Ever.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get caught up in chat and do something else at the same time. My multitasking skills are not that good like they used to be.
They'll get there. You just need
Lady
to
B, what do you think?
About what?
Everything. With this trial, do you think they'll convict him, or where are you?
Yeah, I don't know about convicting. I feel like Riddler does. I just don't know if I just hope they have a whole lot more information than what we know about them. That's all I know. I go back to the fact I can't imagine that they don't have enough, I can't imagine them not thinking they have enough. Well, did I say that right? Hold on.
Okay, wait, you're muffling again.
I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well tonight. Okay. I think that the prosecution thinks they have plenty to convict the man.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they wouldn't still keep doing it. That gives me hope. But, man, I don't know. I just don't get where Bethany is going to be part of, part of it for the defense. That just blows me away.
No, I can't wait for this trial to start.
I can't either, but I think we're going to have to wait a really long time.
Which sucks.
Well, I remember there was the state attorney's office received a video from where I worked at one time, and I said, "Well, they're not really that good." This is back when we had VHS, and he says, "Don't worry, we got equipment that can enhance this." So I'm thinking when this trial starts, we're going to see better and clearer images than we see in the
Oh
on
yeah.
YouTube, those type things. And I don't know if they got his tag number or not, but so what? And that just because I got your tag number don't mean you're a
So
burglar.
anybody could have been driving that car.
No,
for that matter,
that's true.
technically.
Well, it don't mean I went in the house.
No, it
'Cause
doesn't.
You got to put him in that house for all 5 charges to stand.
Well, I tell you what I worry about. I worry about those 2 DNA profiles they haven't found matches to.
Yeah.
That concerns me. I can totally see that, he could have used that shower curtain. Jeff, there's a lot of us that believe that he could have used that shower curtain, by the way, to strip down or take off whatever. Now, it does make sense that he bought something like those that he could have gotten out of pretty quickly. I don't know. You know what really gets me, though, more than anything else, is I don't believe I have ever been watching a trial where the gag order has worked so incredibly well. It's like somebody said here, and I forget who said it, guys. I'm sorry. But it's like somebody here in chat said, we don't have one single picture from the party that happened the night before. We don't have, pictures, from the frat party, from really nothing other than, the grub truck and the walk when the girls were going to the grub truck fight with Hoodie Guy. I mean, we haven't even seen, when Bethany and Dylan got home. Supposedly they were caught on a ring camera.
Now, there's not a whole lot of pictures from the party the night before, but I have never seen none from the Sigma Chi party. Unless they're out there and I just haven't seen them.
Yeah, because those would be all over the place. If somebody could get their hands on them, they'd be all over the place.
Right.
I mean, apparently there was that one where the kid was standing outside with a drink in her hand. I mean, other than that, I can't think of another.
Yeah, one thing that's always bothered me, I went to Wake Forest and I was in a fraternity, and none of the experiences that people talk about fraternities and the rules that people have alleged were ever a part of anything I experienced. It was nothing but a positive experience. And in fact, if you know anything about Wake Forest, Bryan Piccolo went to Wake Forest. And if you've seen the movie, Bryan's song where he died of cancer when he played for the Chicago Bears. Anyway, his daughter Laura Piccolo was our fraternity sweetheart. And we started the cancer drive the year I was at Wake. And we would always run, when we played Duke or North Carolina State away, we would run from there back to the campus to raise money. We have now raised over $3 million since I graduated for the Bryan Piccolo Cancer Fund. And you hear all these horror stories. There are bad things that happen in some fraternities, but it just upsets me when people who've never been in a fraternity or sorority, just make these blanket statements about how horrible this and that is. And I don't know.
Well, if you notice, I've been pretty quiet on that because I never went to college, so I would not have a clue.
But I mean, you're a nice person, but you'd be amazed at some of the stuff people say. Oh, you can't say anything until you call your blah 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 for just the craziest rules that never ever existed. And all these fraternities are governed by a national fraternity board who will snatch your charter out in a skinny minute if you don't behave in a correct manner. Now, again, there are bad things that happen, but
okay. I was
It's
going to
not the
say, you
rule.
can't say that there aren't things that go on. No, I mean,
Oh, there are instances everywhere where bad things happen, but
Oh, there's probably wild, crazy things that goes on in these fraternities and all that.
oh yeah, we had some. I'll tell you something crazy. It's hard to believe in this day and time. When we went to football games when I was at Wake, we took a brand new 55-gallon trash can full of PJ, which is Everclear with all kind of fruit and stuff, inside of the stadium, right where we sat, and drank it,
I
and they
bet you
didn't
y'all were
stop us.
wasted.
I mean, can you imagine trying to do that in today's world?
But
no way.
there's bad things that go on in the military. There's bad things.
Oh,
that
yeah,
go on
there's
in
That's
the
what I was
everywhere.
saying. When
That is
there's
true.
churches that have bad things that happen,
Everywhere.
the percentages of things that happen bad in fraternities are no higher than any other kind of organization.
Oh, I believe that.
Well, the
I
college
believe that.
fraternities I worked with were outstanding.
Yeah, like I say, we've raised over I don't know, it's close in on $4 million, and it
That's pretty
started in
awesome.
1983, and it's still going on today.
That's
Something
pretty
that
awesome.
our group started.
And that's something to be very thankful for.
And it all started with a bunch of guys sitting around thinking about something they could do positive. And we started the Bryan Piccolo run. And like I say, we would, if we played Duke at home, we would go to the Duke campus and start jogging back, which is about 70 miles, and get people to pay by the mile and get donors. Well, it started slow at first, but now it's gotten to where we've got corporate things, and fraternity members have gone on and done very well. I mean, it's a big fundraiser every year, and it's I don't think it's going to be long where we'll probably raise close to at least $500,000 every year.
You want to talk about a
Tara,
movie that'll make you cry?
Tara, I just sent it to you, his address. Go ahead, Riddler.
I said, you want to talk about a movie that'll make you cry? Watch Bryan's song. And there's another one that was done about his life history when he passed away with cancer while playing pro football for the Bears. Him and Gail Sayers played the
Yeah,
same
his daughter was our fraternity sweetheart, Riddler, Laura Piccolo.
And speaking of the Bears, Dick Buck just passed away a couple days ago.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I saw that in somebody put it in Discord.
That might have been the meanest guy that ever played football.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say dirty, but he pushed it to the very edge. He was mean.
He was mean, but he hit you clean.
He did, but he
wasn't a cheap shot artist.
Yeah, no, he would hit you head on, but he just pushed you right to your limit.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to get out of here for the night.
Thank you for having me. And like I said,
you're welcome.
100 times before, I love this channel. It's so accurate. It doesn't come up with these off the wall ideas like I've been listening to the other channels, and it drives me crazy when I'm on some of these other channels. But people like you and Melissa Jade, and I can go on. Y'all are outstanding.
Yeah.
And
I
I
appreciate
want you
that.
to keep up the good work. We appreciate you more than you know, and we miss you more than you know. And we want you and all these other people who are sick to get well. So take care. I'm going to head off from here.
Well said, Riddler, and I
right,
want to say one thing real quick. The fact that we can agree to disagree at times adds a lot to the channel. We do it with respect. If everybody thought the same thing, there'd be no need to get on here. And if you did that in a lot of these other channels, they literally go to attack mode. And
Oh yeah, that's
I don't like seeing. It's never been that way in here. Riddler and I don't agree on everything. Lady V and I don't agree on everything. People in chat.
Right. If everybody agreed
It'd
on
be
the same
boring.
thing, it would be boring.
We don't do it disrespectfully, and
I like to hear different
and at the end of the day, if we
myself.
talked about bullfrogs in here, I'd be here every night with all you guys.
You never know; it may get brought up one night.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not true crime's what we talk about, but
Bullfrog legs.
we could talk about bullfrogs, and I'd be here.
Well, I want to say
Yeah,
goodnight
I
to
know
the
what you mean.
members, and I want to say goodnight to the folks in chat. They're always wonderful. They bring up so many good points.
Right. Awesome people in chat. Even the people who are watching and not even in the chat.
Right.
awesome people.
Right. Yeah, that's very
And
true.
Mars House, I got to talking to the last stream, and I was doing a lot of commenting back and forth with her, and I just had a great conversation. Went on, and found out she don't live but about 20 miles from where I live, and you know, it's good to meet new people.
Right. Oh, I've met everybody that I've met on YouTube are like the best people ever.
Well, this is Riddler saying so long from the Sunshine State.
Okay.
Have a good night, Riddler.
Good night, Riddler.
Scarlett, I just want to say don't push yourself too much, okay? You
Oh,
do
I'm
what
not.
you need to do to take care of yourself. And we'll take you when you're feeling good enough to do this, and when you're not, you rest, all right? You're the
Yeah,
most
I will.
important thing.
I think if I can just get rid of this headache, I think I'll be okay. The other night, the first night of the 3 nights that I didn't go live, it was because I had another episode and couldn't get the heart rate to go down for several hours. And Troll was just like, you need to lay down and rest.
Yeah.
And so that's why I didn't go live that night.
Well, that's you don't mess around with that
Yeah,
stuff.
you need to listen
Right.
to what your
The
body's
doctor
telling you.
yet?
You've
Do
built
what?
a very special community here, Scarlett.
Yes.
You are to be commended.
I agree.
Have you called another doctor yet?
I called one Friday, and I'm just waiting for them to call me back to let me know what all I need to do to get in with them.
I'll be praying for you.
I honestly
Yes, we will be.
don't. I honestly don't know why they didn't keep you in the hospital and check you out. I
Because
can't figure that out.
they don't know what they're doing.
Usually, when you go to the emergency room, they'll keep you in for something like that. I just don't understand.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going back to that one, so
Well,
I'll go
good
to,
for you.
there's several different ones around here that I can go to. So
My daughter-in-law's a doctor out in L.A. You can go out there and see her. She'll take care of you.
She has to fly. She won't fly.
oh, I no, Scarlett don't fly.
Hey, hon, I just want to say I love you, and I love
Oh, I love you
everybody.
too.
Yeah.
I love everybody in chat.
All
and
right,
I
everybody in
love
chat,
you.
I want to say hello to y'all, and next time I'm going to start trying to do a better job of keeping in connection there. 'Cause sometimes you get so busy talking and it's hard to type, and
Right.
then you fall behind, and then you have to go back. And
Well, I lose chat. I lose track of what we're talking about on panel because I get so involved in the chat sometimes. But
yeah,
anyway, I love you guys, and I will see you next time.
All right. We
Yeah,
love you
and-
too. Have a good night.
all right, guys, I'll see you.
All right. Well, B, you have a good night as well.
I appreciate it. Love you all.
All right. We love you too, and thank you for coming up. All right, y'all. So I'm about to get out of here as well. I might start going live at 10 o'clock Central Time instead of the 10:45. That way I can get out of here earlier. But thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. I love you all. I will be back tomorrow night. Don't forget to keep everyone in your prayers. Bullet, Mar, Avery and her son Jaden, Gigi's husband. Don't forget about all those, and everybody in Israel as well. So I love y'all, and I will talk to y'all later.